Welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me today, RHYS2753.
Hi, I'm still got my cold. I'm getting over it. And we also got back from the dead, Donjobo.
More of a scheduling issue, but gladly with us, we have Dan.
Yeah.
There's Dan.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
All right.
Here's my face. And that's all you get.
And FDDNM is grabbing a bite to eat. So, all right. So let's let's start with, we can stall a little bit while we wait for Footnum. Hey, what's the button to make this like more tightly packed, Reese?
That
How
one?
do you do that?
It's
Is it just that one?
It's right next to it.
Yeah, but what's the other one that's like that makes us all like weird, like
No, it's just
pillars or whatever? Isn't that this one?
yeah. It's that one. It's because we got 4 people here. Like here, hang on. I'm gonna take Dan out of the call for a second.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. All right. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, so Augie, you've been out for a while. What's been going on? You have anything interesting happen?
Well, I finally watched all of Beck. Some other shows as well. I'm finally taking a month off from work just because it's the holiday season.
I heard Trump is signed an executive order making Christmas Eve a federal holiday.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Specifically for government workers. So I think, anyway, that's an interesting, you know?
So that's gonna take mail off of Christmas Eve last minute delivery.
Yeah, probably. Good thing UPS is not federal. So yeah, that is an interesting concept. But I think it's going to really screw up my my work next week because we have to go a day late for some stuff because of Christmas Day. But if trash isn't going to get picked up on Christmas Eve either, it's going to really screw up our whole thing. So anyway, but then again, we have what we call no outs after a holiday anyway, where people are out of town and don't leave their trash out, and we don't have to pick them up or clean them or whatever. Anyway, so
you brought that up because other than those type of facilities, I think the banks are off Christmas Eve and a lot of other government contractors just because people are going to get off that week anyway. But
Greenline 7.3 says, "Oh, a birthday stream just for me. You know it, buddy, and a chance to embarrass FDDNM. Too good." And then Headhunter, our friend Hunter here says, "PTO is great. Take them, or your days will be wasted." Right?
Yep.
Like, just pay me. Just pay me a lump sum paycheck for the days I didn't use, right? Force me to use paid time off. Yeah. All right. So I guess that's enough stalling, even though it was only like 4 minutes. If you guys would like to support the Open Chest Anime Podcast, we have this nifty thing called Patreon, where you can support us monthly, weekly. What are we doing here? This is monthly. Never mind. That confused me for a second. So we have got the monthly support, or you can support the channel, which is a per video thing. Once again, I only charge for videos that require like massive editing and stuff. So you don't get charged for podcast clips, even though those actually oftentimes take a lot of time. But Stealth Weeb. So we watched Mob Psycho season 2 this last.
Well, you did. We're not watching it for the podcast this week. We're watching that for the podcast next week.
We are supposed to be in the progress of watching it this week and finishing and discussing next week. So I've got this guy down here. So we came up with the name Master Donut. I changed it to Mr. Donut. It just felt a little bit more appropriate. So yeah, if you guys are interested, we've got a nice, wonderful design that I slaved over. This is my 4th day off in a row, actually. yeah, that was a fun, unexpected thing that occurred. And I've also got a couple more designs that will be coming at some point in the future from the show. But this one obviously took precedent, right? It was the most important.
Like,
and
I want to know what the hell is going on with this donut. It looks like it's like a chocolate donut with the white frosting, but the donut got flipped over, and the face is on the underside. It was like.
Oh no! I think
it's a
like
black-faced donut.
I think it's like
Black-faced donut.
like a surrealist. Like the donut itself is melting as well as the frosting. That's what I feel like. But yes, it is an interesting concept to explore the inner workings of this donut.
Now you
but yeah,
call
so
it
this is.
Mr. Donut, but I feel like this is an obvious missed donut.
I wanted to call it Donut Lord, but I thought that was too on the hedgehog, so I didn't call it that.
No, what? So why didn't you go with Master Donut?
I did go with Master Donut, but then I changed it because it felt more appropriate to call him Mr. Donut.
Master Donut sounds better, like Master Shake.
Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, I don't know. See, because I got to come up with a name, for all these. Like, I called this one Rainbow Rebecca. It doesn't have a name. It's just Rebecca Rossellini's fan club shirt or whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
There's a local donut place called Mr. Donut, and they type in Mr. Donut and see that might be a better catch.
Well, see, the thing is that it's all about how do you drive traffic to your website, right? Then of course we got the fun shit
like
shirt.
Having like 99%, like having like a percentage kind of thing going on in the title would be good too. Like
yeah, I mean
donut loading 99%.
I don't know. Like I've got a lot more designs that are kind of like in
donut melting 98 or 1%.
I could put that in. I should have put that in like the description. By the way, for this particular design, I think I'm gonna make this one available because I have to do this at some point. But I'm thinking I'll put this one on tote bags and pillows as an option as well. Because I just feel like I have to eventually do it, right, for multiple things. So I've actually changed the URL, right? So now it's product/Mr. Donut instead of Mr. Donut - t-shirt, right? Because it's actually going to be, and I might actually take out the t-shirt part because there's this real confusing thing about how some of them are labeled unisex and some of them aren't, even though they all are, right? So that goes back to the type of base shirt that I'm using.
Now, AC, for those who don't like chocolate, will you make a strawberry flavor?
Actually, I thought about that too, about changing up the colors. But so currently it comes in a lot of different colors. And I'll be honest with you, when I started this store, I put these up here just cause, like the other colors. I never expected anybody to buy one that wasn't like, I thought the point of the thing was to buy it in the color from the show. I can't tell you how many people have bought stuff, the off color versions, because some people are like, yeah, I like the design, but I don't look good in blue, so I'll buy the white one or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, I get that. But like,
I got so many black shirts. I wanted something else.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, I've been very surprised. People will buy a shirt where in the show it was black, but they want the navy blue version, which is great, So I was thinking, like, which colors would I like? What I'm getting at with the pillow and tote bag thing is that I see how this has like a color option and a size option. Supposedly, I could make another option that would be style or whatever, like product, like so t-shirt versus long sleeve versus hoodie versus tote bag versus and I could put the same design on all of them and have it neatly organized on here. So but that takes the more you do, the more like intricate connectivity behind the scenes I have to hook in, and if I fuck that up, people might buy something and have it give them the wrong thing, so I'm just kind of like, I want to start small, but I got to do it eventually, and I think that this is a design that throw pillow or a tote bag,
like for the mug design, is that limited by like colors or something, or
the mug comes in two different sizes, so
like put this thing on a mug would be a good one.
See, that's the thing though, is like how do I make it so that the size
Right,
is
right.
small, medium, large, and this one can, by the way, this could go up to 5XL, but I have to manually input all that stuff, because the plugin that the site that I'm using for fulfillment that plugs into here only lets me do 100 variations. So that's, all the different sizes times the number of colors, right? So if I pull that down by, okay, I got 20 colors and I'm not going to offer it in 5XL, this is clearly a product I should offer in 5XL,
Yeah.
If I lower those down, then it multiplies that by 20 and takes that off of my totals, But the thing is, I can actually have more than 100 designs. I just can't have more than 100 for the automated hook into WooCommerce. Anyway, so that's enough about that. I still can't believe freaking FDDNM hasn't gotten off his butt and gotten in here.
Bugger's like, he's going to Del Taco.
Well, that's what I would do.
Like 15 people online.
Yeah, he's probably like, just grab a quick bite, go into town, 30 minutes. All right, so killer animation
guys on the car, and it's like, oh fuck, I gotta get tow. Go
to the convenience store next to me, but I don't work there anymore. It's like awkward, so I'll just walk 30 minutes somewhere else instead of walking 5 minutes there.
I mean, I would have hoped he would have just walked 10 seconds to the fucking fridge.
I got a message from somebody. I think I want to say he's hearing us.
I want to say is not liking Facebook enough to open the messages on my PC. Okay.
Hold on.
So how about we send it to him over Twitter?
Internet is okay.
So Kyoto Animation arson suspect to be indicted on murder and other charges. Suspect declared as mentally competent, thus able to be criminally liable for the attack, according to Kyoto News. Also, I'm noticing that for the full impact, I'm going to have to unsuspend all tabs because all the stuff I have loaded up, right? So, Pokemon voice actress Rika Matsumoto has been accused of COVID-19 relief scam. So this is an interesting one here. The voice actress for Ash, who's called Satoshi in Japan, Rika Matsumoto, has been accused of embezzling government funds intended for COVID-19 relief. Rika Matsumoto allegedly gathered multiple acquaintances and encouraged them to submit for a COVID-19 grant reserved for creatives. 2 of the 6 members of the group reportedly were ineligible in the first place. Matsumoto allegedly tried to get the government to deposit the grant for all 6 members into a single bank account, despite the grant requiring the money to be given to each creative independently. One member of the 6-person group allegedly left Matsumoto's employ before the application for the grant was even submitted. So Rika Matsumoto, being a Japanese voice actor who has been the voice of Satoshi in Pokemon franchise since 1997, the government has asked her to return the allegedly illicit funds that had been granted. Like, I just like the idea is like, excuse me, miss, could you return that money we gave you? Yeah, I like the idea of just saying, no, bite me, right? I want to see how this plays out. Anyway, now that FDDNM is totally here, Sony reportedly issues refunds as CD Projekt Red's stock tanks. Oh boy, I hope he gets here soon because this is all in here for him. All right, so apparently, Dan, you're a little bit more up on this, right? Like, there's been a lot of issues with the ports for the
right. So apparently,
PlayStation 4.
Yeah. So CD Projekt Red, before it launched, they said that this game will work great on like old gen, like the PS4 and whatever the current Xbox or.
And apparently, CD Projekt Red, they also made The Witcher and made similar claims regarding that game.
Well, they did make The Witcher. I don't know about any claims they made.
Well, continue. I'll fill in the blanks after you're done.
But so they said it would work great. I believe like the vast majority of the pre-orders were for PS4 and Xbox. Again, I'm not familiar with like the last gen Xboxes, but I guess the majority of the pre-orders were for those consoles. and the game runs like shit on them. I guess it works great on high-end PCs and next-gen consoles, but it is not optimized at all for old gen. And so they lied about it. I guess it's coming out now that they knew they were lying about it, and they were like trying to keep it a secret. I guess there was some controversy. They weren't allowing people to review the console versions because they didn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
because they knew it was going to be shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick. This article is titled "Sony reportedly issues refunds as CD Projekt Red stock tanks." Well, I've got this other article here, released the same day, or actually even more recently. Sony customer support refusing Cyberpunk 2077 refunds. So in this article, this is the one that brought up The Witcher, I believe. No, I'm totally lying. It was the other article. Okay, so that was a waste of time.
Well, yeah, because CD Projekt Red came out, they apologized and said that,
They had a tweet, right? Mm-hmm. And they told you in the tweet to go ask Sony, right? Yeah, and that's where all this is coming from. So it says here, this isn't the first time CD Projekt Red has met with controversy over the quality of the title's console ports. During the development of The Witcher 3, the company made promises to longtime fans and supporters that the game would not receive a downgrade to function better on consoles. Leading into the release, that assurance proved to be an outright lie. I will say this, though. If you're promising people that you're not going to downgrade to better function on consoles, then they shouldn't complain when they open it up on the console and you got 2 frames per second. But anyway,
define downgrade, because someone with a 4K PC clearly isn't going to run the same as an Xbox One or PS4. Mm-hmm. Like, what's the standard that isn't a downgrade?
So you found that the game is actually working pretty good, right?
On PC, it's been working great for me. But the thing is, so I think it's more of a matter that they didn't provide last-gen keys or anything to the reviewers selectively in that sense, because they obviously wanted them to have the best experience. And the gameplay they provide on YouTube, they showed off versions of the Xbox One X, which is the upgrade mid-gen refresh, and the PS4 Pro, and they seem to be running fine on both of those because they have much better hardware than the base PS4 and Xbox One, but clearly they didn't show any of the base consoles, which should have been a red flag to anyone who was actually trying to buy it. But the thing is that people don't realize is that if so my argument is somewhat on the idea of you shouldn't have been expecting it to run good on those base consoles, because we've had these mid-gen refreshes for what is it, like 1.5 years now, maybe longer, and you've had plenty of opportunity to upgrade to that if you cared about having a 4K whatever experience. But the thing is, the base consoles is what was being developed on, right? Mm-hmm. But they delayed it 3 times or something. So the thing is, in its current state, they wouldn't have had it running on those base consoles if it did release on time. And because it took them so much extra time, it still wouldn't have reached the right window. We would have gone into next gen's window. So the way I look at it is, sure, it was developed on those consoles initially, but it took way too long for them to develop it that you wouldn't have been able to get it released like functional in the window that those consoles were relevant anyway.
Well, still, if you look at Persona 5,
what about
it? They were able to release it multi-console.
Mind you, that one was designed from the ground up as a PS3 game, and it took many years to actually develop it. And then once they got to PS4, they probably just bumped the graphics.
They probably ported that up rather than having to port it down. Right.
And the thing is,
especially because the art style in Persona not being photoreal, it's not that bad to upport it, because it's just going to run better regardless, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Whatever the case may be, they're getting a lot of people are angry with CD Projekt Red.
Yeah. So I got a quick question. I I don't have a can opener or a bottle opener in here. Do you think I could use a can to open a bottle?
No.
No?
You're going to cut yourself. What kind of table do you have?
Not one that I'm going to ruin.
I just break the bottle, man. Be a man.
Yeah, be a man.
Yeah, man, rip it off with your teeth.
I think it's working. Yeah. You just have to pull hard. But the thing is that if I'm not pushing down hard enough, I did it. All right.
What method did
So
you
I'm
use?
going to be trying a pumpkin flavored cider.
Yeah. Hey, let me know how's.
Yeah, the allspice
He
did.
doesn't like it.
Allspice.
Let me put it this way. Apple cider tastes good, right? Doesn't taste good when it weirdly tastes like a pumpkin spiced apple sauce cider, right? Anyway,
I'll try it.
yeah. Well, I'll save you one because I'm definitely not going to drink all of those. All right. So here's the thing. Let me ask you this, Footnote. How's the character creation screen?
In what way? The character creation screen is the only thing that ran flawlessly on max settings. As soon as I got into the gameplay, it was like for the frame rate. And I'm like, okay, I have to downgrade the.
Well, so
You got
the reason
to smaller.
I'll tell you this real quick. So the refunds here, what's interesting about these refunds is that they are, they're actually. So I guess Sony has a thing for. I don't game on consoles, or at all. But apparently, the Sony has a policy where if you have played the game for more than 2 hours, you are not able to get a refund.
Oh,
Basically.
that sucks.
What?
Yeah, so they're actually allowing people to go around this. It says here, again, this is the paragraph right after the one I previously read about The Witcher. It says, unlike last time, CD Projekt Red will not be able to sweep the issues and blow back under the rug. There will not be an insurgence of millions of new paying fans to mitigate the outflow of angry customers. Customers are now reporting that Sony is issuing refunds beyond the 2-hour play mark for digital purchases after criticism emerged of marketing material failing to disclose missing features and the state of the console version of the game. And that really sucks because I know a lot of people bought those extremely huge PS4 Collector's Edition exclusives.
Oh, yeah.
Don't know why. So I don't know. I'll be real. I don't understand the hype for this game.
It's
I
because
haven't
they
been
probably
following
spent
it.
a ton on marketing, and then because everyone likes CD Projekt Red, they built a cult around it, and then got obsessed.
Exactly. I didn't get it until I'm like, oh, they worked on The Witcher. Okay, so there's a little bit, I get it there, right? That makes a little bit more sense. And then the other thing was, oh yeah, Keanu Reeves is somehow attached to it some way, his likeness or something. Anyway, so the other article here, though, it says, despite CD Projekt Red allowing refunds for those dissatisfied with their buggy versions of Cyberpunk 2077, some of Sony's customer support people have been denying these requests, no doubt making consumers despise the censorious Sony even more. Those playing Cyberpunk 2077 on PS4 and Xbox One have been reporting graphics issues, performance issues, crashes, and other debilitating effects preventing them from enjoying the overhyped title. It is said the PS5 version has much less of these such issues. By the way, FDM, you know that tweet I sent you that I had copied and sent you the link to the tweet that had the PS5 or whatever version next to the PC version or whatever?
No.
It was like a picture of the girl and the rendering was just god awful on the console version.
Oh, are you talking about
I sent it to you via the Facebook chat. You know what I'm talking about? I just sent you. I posted it there so you could see it. That was actually, people are claiming in the comments of that that was the PS4 version. They marked it as PS5 to piss off people or whatever. Anyway, enough of that. So the person said Sony customer support doing everything to not refund Cyberpunk via them as in via Sony, as CD Projekt Red said they could, right? And the person is actually quoting the tweet, specifically leaving out the part where the tweet said Sony, right? Sony would do it. And they're basically saying We totally understand you pay for this game and want to enjoy it. The reason why you're requesting a refund, and although it cannot be processed, rest assured the game publisher has officially communicated they are working on 2 large patches coming the next month and February as well. This will fix major issues you're experiencing in the moment. Blah blah blah. Anyway, so I was reading that apparently some of the problems is that the game has no vehicle AI.
What do you mean by that? Like it doesn't auto drive like
the
a car
version of the game doesn't have car AI. So like the cars on the road like aren't driving or something. And they were saying that there's no police AI and the citizen AI is wonky at best. Anyway, so the entire reason I bring this up is for giving you guys an opportunity to talk about something that you're playing, which is in this case UFDM. But I also thought that it would be worth showing the amazing character creation.
That's awesome.
I heard if you're having back pains in the morning, you wake up in the afternoon.
All right, you ready for this, Reese?
That's awesome.
Big old space between the buck teeth.
I've seen some really good ones. We got another one here. It's
Good God.
right.
He's handsome.
Yeah, there's Peter.
So apparently possibilities are endless in this character creator.
I don't recall having that many customizable options.
I don't know. It could be like they could be.
That
This
one looks
one
Photoshop.
actually
Look at
looks
the
like
edge
Photoshopped
around
in,
it.
Right. It does, like you can see the edge, right? Yeah, it looks photoshopped in. It's extremely high resolution screenshot. But yeah, it does kind of look like it's being photoshopped in. God, this is probably like a 3D artist project. But yeah, anyway. So continuing, apparently this is a game where we talked about this, the customization of genitals.
Yep. You have an option to like select reveal on, off, and there's two dicks to choose from, but
sorry, can you? I interrupt you. Go ahead and say that again.
there's 2 dicks to choose from.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you can have 2 dicks. I was like,
No.
If we're going that far, can you customize the size of your balls?
So you can have circumcised and
I don't know if it's the
uncircumcised?
balls, but you can. I
is
think
that it?
definitely
Is that it?
adjust the size of your dick.
Yes, because you've clearly experimented already in the character creation screen.
My experiment started by
choose from circumcised and uncircumcised.
My experiment started as on and off, and I kept it off. That was the beginning and end of it. And my brother just kept it on for whatever reason, and he regretted it because it would glitch. They'd have no clothes suddenly.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you were sending it to me or someone else, but the dick was like clipping through their pants. So
really?
it was a glitch.
So if you make it too big, it becomes distracting. Yeah. So this one, Cyberpunk 2077 has first-person sex scenes. We'll let you customize your genitals. My custom character. Apparently, there's some more. It's a nice
That's
cock.
like
I'll give you that. But the circumcision gives you no tactical advantage. What is going on? Okay. I think we should get out of here. All right.
You're welcome.
Regarding whether or not which article's right, Sony is or isn't giving refunds, I think it's a misconception that the first one is Cyberpunk is the one offering the refunds
On behalf of Sony. Yeah.
And then Sony themselves are like, nah.
Okay, so pickups. Let's do pickups now, and then we'll jump into the Crunchyroll purchase. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Now, my camera's not on, but I'm holding nothing, and this is very symbolic because I'm holding Cyberpunk, which is a digital copy, so I can't hold it. But it's a double entendre because I also don't own it because I'm using my brother's.
Okay.
There you
All
go.
right, on. So before we continue, I want to address a couple of the comments here because I've let it get a little bit out of here. So first of all, I want to acknowledge Jotaro Kujo is here. Thank you for watching. This is the verified Jotaro Kujo.
That's awesome.
Also, people were bringing up regarding apparently you and Lance were getting burgers. That's why you were late.
Sure.
Yeah. Dflex1 asks, "Is Rosaphon any good?" You have to watch it. Yeah, that's a question only you can answer.
Basically.
Watch
Also,
it. And don't raise a
There's
child.
a podcast that we did. You guys covered that show.
I don't remember which episode that was, or even what we titled it. But yes, we went into great lengths. Ogzaphon. Yeah. It was the Ogzaphon conspiracy. That's what it was called.
Yep. There.
So Christopher Barker says, disappointing Cyberpunk is no.
No is what I say because it's actually running for me. No,
Yeah,
it's not
so-
disappointing.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I really couldn't say anything about
Play
it.
it on PC is all I can say.
Yeah, that sounds. Lance says, "Use your upper lip." I think that was regards to the I couldn't
beer.
get the bottle open, like pop it off the lip or whatever.
Uh,
Applesauce, yes. So if you play a game for more than 2 hours, no refunds. Yeah. So I think, I think that's what's funny about it is that if you're
Well, if it ran for 2 hours, then clearly it wasn't worth refunding.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
but
the game has game
no, I
glitches.
mean, I get the policy. I understand the policy behind it, but I think it's really funny because God knows everybody stayed in that character creator for at least 2 hours, right? You play the game.
but does that 2 hours include all the time it takes to download? Like you start the game.
No.
Oh,
You have to
okay, now
spare
you got
that.
a 60 gigabyte download. That's
Yeah,
included in that 2 hours.
So, which was the article that you were asking about, Christopher Barker? He also said, "Isn't Cyberpunk a sci-fi Grand Theft Auto?"
It
I haven't
basically
played
is, but it's better than Grand Theft Auto because there's
An
more
open
depth to
world,
it and roleplay.
Blade Runner, right?
I think you were looking at the Senkaku Complex article for when that.
Yeah. So there was Sankaku Complex and One Angry Gamer were the articles that I was reading for that. Dflex1 says, "How do I find the episode for Rosaphon?" It is.
I'll look
Can
it
you
up.
not just search it?
I'm going to go to OCAPodcast.com.
Whoa, man, we're official.
Yeah, it redirects you to the playlist, and then I'm going to type in
Number 24.
Yes, number 24. Good job. Yeah, it's podcast episode 24.
There you go.
It's the Watch Club, so it's going to be at the end, right? Anyway, so there we go. There's my link. Okay, so yeah. Anybody else have pickups?
I do.
Oh, Augie.
Oh my God, I'm gonna let you do it. There you go.
All right, so this is probably shared last time by someone else, but I got the 30th anniversary of Fire Emblem, and this is as big as a family size, cereal box.
What is that
Been.
for?
It's for Switch.
So wait, is this like the first Fire Emblem?
The very first Fire Emblem with different playback mechanisms, so it's kind of like a fancy rewind button in case your character dies. So through all this big luscious thing, you get a Nintendo Power magazine-esque poster, a very beautiful art book, and a mock-up of what the NES cart would have looked like. And the NES cart is not, that's what I was purchasing it for, but turns out it's not a full NES cart. It's just a decorative glass replica of what it would have been. So you open up all that to get a download code for the game.
Oh, it's like the Cyberpunk PC physical edition. It gives you a download code inside the box and no disc.
Yeah.
That's lame.
And
Real quick.
apparently there's slight issues of it being like darker, and it's the Wii U import or the Wii U version of the game apparently.
Christopher Barker says Fire Emblem cereal, part of a balanced breakfast.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, do it. Yeah, I'll do it without the article or the comment. Thank you. All right, now we've got a picture for the thumbnail. Okay, so Christopher Barker said, "Link the article, please." So yeah, Reese jumped in here commenting as me. There is a link in the description. All the articles are listed there, so it's going to be among the top in that document. Actually, I can just show you right here. Let me do it.
We usually go.
Unsealed.
Yeah. So it's going to be these two are the ones. Oh God, that looks bad. Oh God, there we go. It's going to be these two here. All right. Back to Augie with his pickups.
That was it. Well,
Okay.
I would have more, but the U.S. mail is super slow with my packages.
Oh, okay.
Didn't they literally like dismantle part of the USPS like a while ago?
I don't know. I'm in the dark.
I don't know. Maybe. So I have a couple of pickups. I don't remember if I showed any of them before, because it feels like I got these longer than a week ago, but I don't know. So I got my my Violet Evergarden from Amazon. So I canceled my Walmart order, which told me it was back ordered. So I don't know if you guys can see
That
this.
next back to
Kind
Mine
of-
looks like that too.
There's just kind of a little dent there. So yeah, I'm
I thought
guessing
you-
what I'll probably do.
I thought you were commenting about the top panel, how it's not quite square. I thought you were commenting. Mine's exactly the same. So I think
Can't
that's
expect
intentional.
I
That's
don't expect it to be any better from a place like he's talking about. This
Funimation.
it's intentional. It looks like it's intentional because mine's
I don't
exactly
think
the
it's
same.
intentional. I think that they
Mine's
just
exactly
cut it.
the same.
It's just
Oh no,
a
I'm sure.
result.
I'm sure that it's replicated across most of the release of the the product, but I don't think it's intentional. I think that it was a bad oversight on the fact that they didn't put the darkening.
All right,
edge.
yeah, that's true. But is this supposed
Anyway,
to kind of
so
look
yeah.
like a packet? You want to move on?
So I'm very happy to have. dropped this.
To drop it.
I'm very happy to have obtained this one. And then I got another cool thing that I talked about previously that I was really shocked that I didn't actually. I don't think I verbalized the release date, and I was really shocked when it just arrived real quickly. My Blu-ray of Versus from Arrow Video, which means I'm hoping that the Media Blasters Blu-ray is going to be not $1 billion anymore on eBay.
Where did you buy that from? Amazon?
No, I bought it off Diabolic DVD.
Oh,
That's the company that released it, or it handled the fulfillment for Arrow. I've got a Sentai package here, but I am planning to send it back. So they didn't get time. That's my Mr. Tonagawa that I overpaid for.
and all your money.
Yeah, so I messaged them and I'm like, hey, any chance that like you could cancel this order? And they're like, no, sorry, it already left the fulfillment center. I was like, well, I guess that was to be expected. So then may I request, because they told me I could send it back, right? And I said, okay, so maybe we can circumvent me sending it back by you refunding. You could like, because I got that other order. So just like take Mr. Tonagawa and Space Brothers #0, because I rebought them trying to get this order canceled so that I would still get them, but from the other order. So I said, hey, go ahead and remove them from the other order that hasn't shipped yet.
And then it's shipped.
But refund this one.
Yeah, refund me the cost difference for Mr. Tonagawa, because you're still going to keep the thing. It's just saving me the hassle of having to send it back. And I'm not going to send back Renee, right? And you guys get to keep extra money, right? And they're like, well, sorry, we can't do that, but I'll go ahead and remove them from the order. And I'm like, no, dummy,
Shit.
Like, I'm sorry, I'm just going to make you pay the extra money.
Yeah.
Send it back and buy it again for the same price. All right. Anyway, so yeah, that's my pickups. I'm not even gonna bother to open that. I'm just gonna send it back in the package as it is. Unless the other one arrives and Mr. Tonagawa is like damaged in that one, in which case I will open it and I'll send them the damaged one. and I'll say it was because it was damaged, and pay for my return. Like,
Right.
That's one way to do it. Just make sure they don't see the stream where you were, planning on defrauding them.
oh,
Yeah.
Dude, they
So-
barely see your emails in time. I doubt they're going to see this.
see, but the
Well,
thing is
that's
that
true.
even if I had this dastardly plan, I still haven't opened this, so I don't even know. This one could be the damaged one.
I have
Anyway.
Still not
I
open.
have 2 pickups. I have
Oh yeah,
two
you have a
pickups.
new way of doing pickups, right? Are they?
I
There you
got
go.
these.
Oh, wow.
Very nice. Very
So
nice.
I
Happy for you.
got the series and the movie because I placed these in the order together, so they didn't send me the movie early like you got yours. And also, I want to clarify for the viewers at home who might be confused about this garden talk. Violet Evergarden is in no way associated with Garden of Sinners. They are two
Oh, thank
separate
you,
things.
Reese. I
Yeah.
wasn't quite sure myself.
That's very
The only person who
Glad
thought that is
you-
the person who thought Violet Evergarden was actually Saber.
So, also surprisingly, these are pretty much almost the exact same size box,
Dimensions.
except Violet Evergarden is bigger. So it's now the biggest box in my collection.
Wow.
So,
Brag about it, why don't you? All right, we good? Ready to jump into our topic?
Which one?
Sony and Crunchyroll.
All right.
All right. I haven't pre-read this one. This is the Sony Pictures press release, though, so I figure it's going to have most, if not all, the information we need. AT&T to sell Crunchyroll to Sony's Funimation Global Group, Culver City, California, and Dallas, Texas, December 9th, 2020. Okay, that was useless information. Sony Pictures Entertainment Inc. and AT&T Inc. today announced that AT&T agreed to sell its Crunchyroll anime business to Funimation Global Group, LLC. So, first of all, 2 things here. Number one, Funimation Global Group, LLC, getting a little ahead of ourselves, aren't we? Also, they only sold Crunchyroll. They didn't sell any of the other Warner Media stuff. So apparently, Sony didn't want fucking Rooster Teeth and all the stuff that comes with that, even though they grossly overpaid for Crunchyroll by literally $1.02 billion or whatever more than they paid for Funimation. Which I think is crazy. Look, I get where they're going with this. Really, I do, because like they're thinking forward in the future. Now, here's the thing. So they want to have. Hold on. $5 super chat here from Green Assembly. Anime fans, we're in the end game now. Also, anime fans, there are too many streaming sites. Also, that's the thumbnail. You dropping Evergarden. Well, if you insist. You are the majority stakeholder in OCA Podcast LLC, so I guess I have no choice. Anyway, Funimation is a joint venture between Sony Pictures Entertainment Inc. and Sony Music Entertainment Japan Inc. subsidiary Aniplex Inc. Oh, what? So, okay. So what did we just hear? I'm sorry. Did the Sony Pictures press release just tell us that Funimation is a joint venture between Aniplex and Sony? So Aniplex effectively owns Funimation now?
because Sony is Aniplex, basically.
Sony owns Aniplex. I didn't realize that they decided Funimation was Aniplex's bitch, even though we all kind of knew that. All right, so
Interesting.
So Crunchyroll is a premier anime direct-to-consumer service with AT&T's Warner Media segment with more than 3 million SVOD subscribers and growing. What does SVOD stand for? Streaming video on demand. Simping video on demand. Subscribers and growing. Okay, so it has more than 3 million paid subscribers and growing. Okay, let's think about this. So you spent... Oh, that's not the calculator. There it is. You spent $1
Share
billion
the calculator.
175 million. Come on. Oh, well, let me add enough zeros in my calculator. There we go.
Use
So
Excel.
let's divide that by 3 million. All right, you're expecting what? That can't be right. I fucked that up. 1,075,000,000. Okay, hold on. There we go. Divide that by 3 million. Yeah, so you're expecting to earn $583 from each and every single one of those 3 million people to pay off the acquisition here. So how long would that take down the line? Let's think about that for a second.
3 years?
How much does it cost for Crunchyroll per month?
$12.
Is it $12 a month?
Believe so.
So then 12 times 10 is 120,
44.
plus 24 is 144. So is that right? So that's $144 a year, right? So divided by 144, that's going to take over 4 years, assuming you don't fuck it up and have people hate you as they already are wont to do because Sony censorship and all that. So that means that with their current existing subscriber base, it will take them 4 years, more than 4 years.
I'd say less than 4 years because their subscriber base is going to grow. It is going to grow.
Yes.
It's going to grow.
But think about this. It would take you, with your investment, it would take you 4 years to pay back what you paid to buy the company.
Just to get to the black.
That doesn't negate how much money you have to spend to run the company.
I negate the money you have to spend to run the company with this trap card.
That doesn't negate the amount of money you have to spend to run the company or the money of each of those subscribers that has to go back to Japan and all that kind of stuff, right? So that's like, this seems like they're playing the long game here, and what they're basically thinking is, well, here's the thing. So they're trying to compete with Netflix, right? They're trying to compete with Netflix and Disney Plus and YouTube.
HBO.
For streaming and HBO Max, yes, for their streaming stuff. Damn, I gotta take a look. I'm trying. I'll be right back.
Go take a look.
All right, well,
So the main worry I have with them joining together for the short term is if you ever had an issue with Funimation, their customer service is quite shit. Crunchyroll, I had my account stolen, hacked, or someone got in there and changed the email address. That's what happened. I contacted Crunchyroll like 2:00 in the morning, and at 3 they resolved it. So, color me impressed.
I'm gonna assume that Crunchyroll will basically be still mildly independent. Like they'll still run things the way they have. It's just Funimation will integrate their system together with them, if anything.
So it's like you have two gardens. One farmer bought both gardens, and he wants to go through the other and pillage it to make it one garden. That's what I'm getting with the articles. I could be dead wrong. Hope I am.
I'm curious. I mean, if with Funimation owning both of them, I mean, this is two separate streaming services, Funimation and Crunchyroll. Will they keep?
It could be the opposite. Maybe Crunchyroll's customer service will take over.
Will they keep their libraries completely separate so that Funimation will still make on their Funimation service and still make on the Crunchyroll service? And I don't see them combining services into one. I mean, they're making.
I think Crunchyroll's the stronger streamer, so either Funimation is going to integrate their catalog to Crunchyroll, or they're going to go with their old-fashioned. What am I saying? The thing they did before, the Crunchyroll for the sub, Funimation
Yeah, Crunchyroll for the
dub.
sub.
Well, I'll
Right,
say for the third time, but the first time you guys can hear because I was muted. I've got answers to these questions actually. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge last time we discussed this when it was just a hypothetical and they were shopping around. Yeah, we want to sell this for $1.5 billion. We had talked about the idea. They were talking somebody. I don't remember what it was. Something in the articles. Maybe it's Justin Savakis or somebody was talking about Crunchyroll integrating into Funimation. And we argued, or at least I argued, that that's a terrible fucking decision because Funimation isn't the brand that's worth the money, right? The name isn't worth the global thing. Like so if they're gonna combine them, it's not gonna be Crunchyroll becoming Funimation. It's gonna be Funimation becoming Crunchyroll, right? And now I've got some answers for you guys actually regarding those questions you're bringing up. So I've got Crunchyroll's post about it. They said it's an exciting time for anime as two brands you know and love look to unite. They said until the deal closes, Crunchyroll and Funimation will continue to operate independently. So that sounds to me like
they have the creative freedom.
The deal closes,
they give their money to Funimation is all.
What I'm saying is that if you're going to spend literally $1 billion more for Crunchyroll, you're going to say, sorry, Funimation, now nobody cares about you. I mean, it's great that you just got onto Switch, but who cares now because Crunchyroll, right? But it seems like if I were Sony, this is I hope they're well researched on because if you just spend $1.175 billion fucking dollars, you better know that you're running into a company that is well loved largely because it streams free anime to most of its users. Right. And in reality, people put up with it, even though it has a shit web player and everything, because it's free. Right. For the 90 million registered users, which, by the way, I saw another article that was claiming 70 million, but apparently Crunchyroll themselves is saying, no, it's 90 million registered users. But they're not paying. Right. So it seems to me, I think it would be. So I'm going to ask a lot of the same questions we had last time we sort of covered this. Crunchyroll, you said costs $12 a month?
Yes.
How much does Funimation cost?
$9.
So if you were to merge them together, I mean, you'd rather have Crunchyroll because the price is higher. Right?
Well, hold on. Crunchyroll has multiple.
The library's
tiers.
bigger.
They have like a premium membership, and then it's like the premium plus that allows downloads and crap. So I'm not sure which one Justin's referring to.
Okay, let me just throw this in here because Reese is
Whoops.
sending it to me. Where does this go, though? That's the question. Here, let's put it right here. Okay. All right, back to this. Okay, so here's the thing, though. You're saying, okay, Crunchyroll's library is bigger. It doesn't matter. You're going to add them together if you combine them into one company or one streaming service, right? So it doesn't matter who's bigger because you're gonna combine them together. So effectively, what this is going to do is that this is going to be Crunchyroll with dubs, right? Sub and dub available is effectively what I'm getting out of this, right?
So I have what the hell am I looking at? So I'm on Crunchyroll's site right now. It says $8 Canadian for the cheaper membership, and it's $9.99 Canadian a month for the most popular Mega Fan version.
Wow, what a crazy way to try to get people to
So
spend
you're
money.
getting way ripped off, Augie, if you're paying $12 a month because Canadian dollars are cheaper.
Okay, so Christopher Barker says I've seen a lot of YouTubers claiming doom and gloom for Crunchyroll. So I'm not necessarily saying doom and gloom for Crunchyroll, but I am gonna acknowledge that Funimation got worse when Crunchyroll or when Sony acquired them, right? Because they stopped using Viva Elite cases, correct? Footnote?
They do on and off.
They do on and off. Like
okay, so the product they've downgraded product components.
I'm not gonna lie, the new
minimum.
cases, despite me stylistically not liking them as much, I've had fewer encounters with them having like broken teeth on the spindle and stuff.
Oh, really? Do you think that that's a fulfillment change in terms of how they?
Oh, for sure. It would be
or do
the
you think
equivalent
that's a-
of going to like Warner Media to distribute your anime versus Funimation doing it in house or something.
Yeah. So I'm asking, do you think that the change is because perhaps their fulfillment is going through a different venue now? It's maybe not leaving Flower Mound, Texas. It's leaving Sony headquarters or something instead. Do you think that they have a better shipping policy, like in terms of the people that are in charge of packing? Do you think it has anything to do with that, or do you think it's legitimately that the cases are more durable?
Oh, you mean the reason that I'm not getting as many broken things?
Teeth.
Well,
Yeah.
the design themselves doesn't allow for the teeth, that's what I like to call them, to fall off. It feels like it is just a harder plastic slightly. But yeah, it's the way it's designed. It's kind of like meant to take a bit more of a beating.
Take a bit more beating.
But stylistically, I don't really like it as much as the Viva.
Right. So we're saying there that the case has changed, and this is the first I'm hearing that they might actually be better from you because you're the case snob. But that's one doom and gloom thing of Sony acquiring a company. The other thing is that Sony, before they bought Funimation, has had a long string of bad press surrounding censorship of Japanese style games. Like visual novels and whatnot on PlayStation.
Well, to be fair,
versus the
Crunchyroll
Switch.
already censors games that they release over here, so
It's because why?
Crunchyroll already censors.
Oh yeah,
games
I'm talking.
that
Well,
they
yeah,
release.
sure. I'm
So
talking
I
about
don't think-
Sony. I'm talking about Sony. People have noticed when Sony acquired Funimation, Sony already had a bad track record of censorship and, let's say, wokeness that they have They have not slowed Funimation's trajectory in terms of going that direction with the weird dialogue changes in certain shows and stuff of that nature. But you're right, Crunchyroll is already kind of on that path too. So here, let's put it this way: not so much doom and gloom for Crunchyroll as it is let's accelerate the
down
the
spiral.
trajectory. Because the owners of Crunchyroll or whoever was letting the wokeness in, Sony's only going to accelerate that. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So let's move on from that. Also, DFlex1 says, I pre-ordered Violet Evergarden, the Netflix series, on Right Stuff, with a big order of other stuff that included the Violet Evergarden movie. But Right Stuff only sent me the movie so far. So I'm assuming that they send you the movie and the other stuff, but not the limited edition series or whatever that we're talking about. He also says, I looked back and the Violet Evergarden Limited is no longer available. I hope they still send my copy. So I will say this. I think that it would be dumb for Funimation. Granted, yes, it's a limited release, right? But I still think that Funimation is going to print more. I can't see them not printing more money.
Why would they not
Yeah.
want to capitalize on such a big release?
Yeah, we were talking before the podcast. I think that what we're seeing right now is the Christmas stock is running dry because people are buying this particular series. Much Love, Kill Annie Arson, and all that stuff is making more people conscious of all this stuff, and they're like, okay, so buy this for my pal for Christmas, kind of thing. I think that they've run out prematurely, but I can't see this not coming back into stock. I think that it's very, very, very likely that it will because it's a moneymaker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Christopher Barker says, how much backlash is Sony going to get? I keep hearing Sony is a monopoly. So I don't think Sony is a monopoly because they don't have High Dive, Retro Crush, or all those other things yet. But I don't think that any amount of backlash is actually going to make a difference at all. Sony is one of those companies that is it's kind of like Amazon. Like, you can acknowledge that Amazon is doing a whole bunch of really terrible things. You can acknowledge the way that they treat their employees. You can acknowledge that Jeff Bezos has continued to get like exponentially more rich during the lockdowns while everybody else's business is hurting. But at the end of the day, you don't stop using them, and you honestly can't stop using them because they're so crucial, especially right now, to how you get anything you need, and it's cheaper and everything, to the point where it doesn't matter even if you hate them and leave a billion negative reviews on the company itself. It's not going to change anything. Just same thing here with Sony. I don't think it's going to actually change anything. Sad to say. Greenland743 says, I kind of always thought funny would be more than crunchy, right? Also, I know this can be a really bad thing, but I'm getting really tired of people assuming the worst case scenario. Yeah, so I think I remember us saying when Funimation was bought by Sony, I remember saying if Sony is smart, they're going to leave Funimation alone and let them just run as they already have because they're profitable. The problem here, though, is that AT&T saw it fit to sell Crunchyroll, right? And this is where it's kind of weird, because if Crunchyroll was actually profitable, if, for example, you're going to make that amount of money in 4 years, AT&T said, no, I got to sell it now. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of alarming, that because if one company thinks that they can take this company, so if Sony thinks they can take Crunchyroll and make it more profitable than it currently is, which arguably they could, and the other company said, no, I have to sell this because I've got debt to pay off, then it seems kind of weird to think that AT&T, like, what are they going to do? They're no longer going to be competing in this market, and they're probably going to dissolve into smaller and smaller companies until more and more of their assets get sold off and they just become a merger with some other company, Verizon, whatever, right? So anyway,
that would benefit more for Funimation to be sold separately somewhere else, because they can at least attempt to keep their identity, depending on how the company merger will treat them, instead of being. Well,
I don't think Funimation's identity is at stake here, because I think that Funimation is the dubbing company and the physical media releases and the marketing strategies, but Crunchyroll's going to just take over streaming.
I'm more commenting on AT&T not doing so well in that regard.
But AT&T doesn't own Funimation. They sold Crunchyroll.
Okay.
Right. So who owned Funimation before? It was Navar, and then did another company own it before Sony bought it, or were they like a free enterprise sort of? I don't really recall. Anyway, yeah, I agree with you. Worst case scenario, but I think the thing is, see, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because you project that that it's going to be worst case scenario, and then as soon as something negative happens, which it will, because as you combine companies and consolidate people and mass layoffs to try to streamline the efficiency of the organization, bad stuff is going to occur. But that's the case no matter what. So you project the negative, and then the negative starts to arise, and then see, I told you, is how it's going to play out when you see all the other YouTubers talking about it. Whereas same thing would occur if you project good things. As soon as a good thing occurs, then it's, see, I told you, even though good and bad things are going to happen regardless, more or less, Now, it could trend one way more than the other, but, we'll just have to wait and see. Christopher Barker says, I got some news. Stargate SG-1 complete series on Blu-ray in 3 days. I found out about it this morning. I can't comment on it, but is SG-1 the remake? Also, I found the term wokeness stupid as hell. Yep. Stupid is as stupid does when it comes to wokeness, for sure. Been thinking of picking up Better Man on DVD from eBay. Thoughts? I would pass. It's not that good. AT&T is just looking for ways to pay off their huge debt. Yes, they are. But see, the thing that I find interesting about this is that AT&T is hugely in debt, but isn't Netflix like $20 billion in debt? Didn't we discuss this? Mm-hmm. Like, what's going to happen when Sony buys Netflix? Right, that's not going to happen. But yeah, that's going to be really. Yeah, this is a quickly accelerating problem because as we notice, the computing power increasing and the global communication, tightening and centralization versus decentralization going forward as companies continually combine and get bigger and combine and get bigger and all that. It's not going to be not an ideal situation, but we're just going to have to wait and see how things go. Owned by a phone company. They're a telecommunications company, but yes, they do also have phones. Same thing with Google. When you think about Google, because they're a search engine that sells ads, right? But then they also sell phones and operating systems and all that kind of stuff, Anyway, so let's get back into this. So Crunchyroll is a premier anime direct-to-consumer service within AT&T's Warner Media segment with more than 3 million streaming video-on-demand subscribers and growing. It serves 90 million registered users across more than 200 countries and territories, offering I don't know what so subscription video on demand. I don't know what AVOD stands for, but mobile games, manga, events, merchandise, and distribution. The combination of Crunchyroll and Funimation provides opportunity to broaden distribution for their content partners and expand fan-centric offerings for consumers. Yeah, so is Crunchyroll Expo going to become Funimation Expo? Don't they both have a convention now? Like a digital one, at least, for Funimation? That took place during Anime Expo was supposed to, or whatever?
I looked on their site, and it looks like they seem to do it regularly, because it's like episode, 18 or something? 14 of Funimation Con? And I'm like, what?
Oh,
I haven't
really?
had this many episodes. Unless
I'm pretty
they did
sure that
all that one day.
I'm assuming that they're just continually they're using it as like a way to do like a press release kind of ish thing. Anyway, the Crunchyroll team has done an extraordinary job of not only growing the Crunchyroll brand, but also building a passionate community of anime fans. Crunchyroll's success is a direct result of the company's culture and commitment to their fans, said Tony Goncalves, or however you pronounce that, Chief Revenue Officer of Warner Media. By combining with Funimation, they will continue to nurture a global community and bring more anime to more people. I'm incredibly proud of the Crunchyroll team and what they have been able to accomplish in the digital media space in such a short period of time. They've created an end-to-end global ecosystem for this incredible art form. Quote, "We are proud to bring Crunchyroll into the Sony family," said Tony, I'm not going to try that, Vinciquerra, Chairman and CEO of Sony Pictures Entertainment. Through Funimation and our terrific partners at Aniplex and Sony Music Entertainment Japan, we have a deep understanding of this global art form and are well positioned to deliver outstanding content to audiences around the world. Together with Crunchyroll, we will create the best possible experiences for fans and greater opportunity for creators, producers, publishers in Japan and elsewhere. Funimation has been doing this for over 25 years, and we look forward to continuing to leverage the power of creativity and technology to succeed in this rapidly growing segment of entertainment. That's a weird way to phrase that. Funimation has been doing this for over 25 years, and we look forward to leverage the power of creativity and technology to succeed in this rapidly growing segment of entertainment. It's like, so basically, we're going to steamroll the competition, right? Like, the purchase price for the transaction is $1.175 billion, subject to customary working capital and other adjustments, and the proceeds will be paid in cash at closing. The transaction is subject to customary closing conditions, including regulatory approvals. So the thing that's troubling about this to me, and the idea of monopoly and all that, is that AT&T is so in debt that they have to sell off a profitable enterprise, being Crunchyroll. Probably should have thought about this before you greenlit High Guardian Spice. But meanwhile, Sony is so well off that they just have $1.175 billion to throw around. You know what I mean?
The thing about Sony is that they seem to be a company that tries to dip their finger into like so many different avenues. Like back then, it's like, oh, they made their own console. Oh, they're making TVs now. Oh, they're also competing in the camera market. You know, they have like everything.
Because Sony owns the rights to CDs, DVDs, and Blu-rays, don't they?
Oh, that as well.
Yeah.
I think it's at least Blu-rays. I don't know about CDs and DVDs.
Right. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Anyway, the purchase price. Sorry about that. I don't know that we have to read this part. This is just about AT&T. Yeah, I don't care about this. Anyway, I don't know what else there's to say. The only thing that surprises me about this is that they actually paid $1.175 billion.
Well, we can talk about the positive things that could come from it.
Let's do it then.
Okay, well, I think Crunchyroll's licenses should be absorbed, right? The only problem is I don't think Crunchyroll got the home release rights. But the thing is, Funimation already has like 90% of the other rights, so it's like, well, they could simply go to the studio and be like, "Hey, can we get the home release now?" And then they
so I guess we could say
things that haven't come over here yet.
We could say best case scenario, stuff that wasn't previously locked into a physical release are probably more likely to get one.
And Funimation
worst case scenario
has the resources to dub stuff more efficiently than
sure. Well, let's point out a glaring worst case scenario here.
Okay.
Sony spent $150 million to get 95% stake in Funimation. They spent $1.175 billion, literally over $1 billion more dollars, to own Crunchyroll.
And then they closed Crunchyroll because they want
think about
the
this.
competition.
Think about this. They spent $1 billion more for a company that does roughly the same thing as Funimation, but they're strictly streaming. They clearly see streaming as the more lucrative market.
Oh, so they get rid of physical altogether.
Yeah, so who's to say that they're not going to utilize Funimation for the dubbing capacity and say fuck streaming or fuck physical releases, you know? You know, so that again, I'm putting that out there as worst case scenario, right? Also, I'm going to have to hear Funimation voice actors and more things. We got some good news coming up in the near future down the line on some of the articles stuff we're going to talk about. But I also want to address here, Christopher Bark says, I don't know what High Guardian Spice is. High Guardian Spice was a Crunchyroll greenlit production, a Western production that they promoted without anything to do with the story itself. The entire promotional video was look at how diverse our all-female writers' room was. So they basically just touted, again, the wokeness over the merit of the work. What's funny about it is they got excoriated on social media over it. Like the YouTube video had, the ratio was ridiculous on dislikes to likes and everything.
Comments got shut off.
Yeah, so and then yes, they shut off comments and everything. And then that series that they claimed they finished wrapping up the production on has still not come out. And they've basically just pretended that it doesn't exist, even though the creator, like the person behind the idea, has tweeted out that like, hey, I wrapped up production on it, it's all done, and it still hasn't come out. So yes, we do love physical releases. That's why I said it's the worst case scenario. So I'm really hoping that I honestly hate to black pill everybody, but I don't see a favorable future for this hobby, you know. Anyway, so continuing here, does anybody else have anything else you want to say about Crunchyroll purchase?
A brief comment on High Guardian Spice. I looked it up on Wikipedia, and either the creator filled it in or someone was guessing, but there is a small plot that was released, or they did.
Yes, they did. They did acknowledge the plot after the fact, but I'm saying when they did their announcement on it, they didn't talk about the plot like at all.
No.
They talked about the all-female writers' room and the trans creator and all that stuff as being some reasoning why it was going to be good and you should check it out, instead of telling you what it was about and you know, giving you any reason to think it was going to be good other than the promotional poster, right? So anyway, are we good with this topic? We want to move on?
Sure.
Let's talk about how Dan is dead again.
Yeah. So he told us before the podcast he would have to dip out in about an hour.
Oh, okay.
So he'll be back. Yeah.
I must have missed out.
Okay, so continuing here. So the Monster Hunter movie got pulled from Chinese theaters because of the What kind of knees are these Chinese joke, the dad joke that rocked the country. So there's a little bit more information here. It says here, the scene's Chinese language subtitles made a reference to a Chinese proverb that Variety, the entertainment publication, explained as, quote, "Men have gold under their knees and only kneel to the heavens and their mother." Weird. Meaning, anytime a man kneels, it should be an occasion precious as gold. With some in China apparently taking the character's dialogue as a call for Chinese submission. Well, all right then.
We're reaching there.
Yeah. So there you go. There's that. Now, continuing here, Monster Hunter movie line to be removed globally following backlash in China. So that clip is being removed from the entire movie, no matter where it gets released. Thanks, China. Thanks, whoever subtitled it in China. And I think this is funny, though. Deadline reports that the line is going to be removed from all versions of the film, regardless of where in the world that they're shown. Mila Jovovich even said that the line was something that the actor, who they call MC Jin, came up with himself. He just ad-libbed it. So he gives this apology here. He says, "That's the scene regarding to look at my knees. What kind of knees are these Chinese? That's the scene. It's a pun. And the way I portrayed the character and the emotion of it is that this is a moment for him to proudly proclaim that he is a Chinese soldier. Not just his knees, but his arms, his head, his heart." Right? So, right. Yeah.
I like
All
how
right.
I like how the Chinese people are cutting the Chinese character out of a joke.
Right. Yeah. Like, so there you go. I just think it's,
Well,
again,
you know
this
what?
is what happens
Make a
when you
supercut
bend
of
over
the
backwards
version
for,
of the movie with that from the trailer.
say what? Oh,
Make
it's
a
not in the trailer.
supercut. It's not?
No,
What was it
it's
in?
not in the trailer. The clip was recorded like a cell phone recording from the Chinese theater
Yeah.
screenings.
Ah.
Yeah. So
Well,
you can
supercut.
have it. It's going to be a real shit quality version of it. Yeah. Although I'll tell you this much, though. Some really, really, really wealthy people end up getting their hands on movies before their theatrical release. I wonder if it's floating around because they have there's like the different regions for DVDs. One of the regions is designed for international travel, like airplanes and stuff.
Region 8.
Yeah. So I wonder if it's out there and somebody podcast magic.
Somebody probably
would
already
make it
got it.
available.
They're gonna hoard it, and there's like, I'm gonna have the
Yeah.
USA cut for the chip for
All right.
Monster Hunter.
So continuing, Disney Plus now has 86.8 million subscribers. Coming up there on Crunchyroll, the company will raise the price by $1 to $7.99 a month in March. Okay, so that's not 86.8 million paid subscribers. See, the thing Disney Plus did is they gave away a year free, right? Because they think if they can hook you on it, that you're going to
Continue.
that you're
Yeah,
going to stick around.
I'll pay for this. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great strategy, honestly. Because I'll tell you, there's a lot of people who, if Netflix had done that, they'd be even further along now. You know what I mean? The only problem is like the bandwidth and all that. Disney's probably raping themselves with the net neutrality
The self-rape.
decision. Yeah. So I love this though. Still not going to make up for the tremendous losses in parks, resorts, entertainment, and cruises. They need Fed money. Let's hope not. No income from movie theaters, so don't blame them. With new movies going straight to the streaming service, and this person, so they want to lose subscribers. Also, Otakuso saying, wasn't the joke approved by the Chinese government? Apparently not. Regarding that one. Okay, so continuing, I assume nobody has anything to say about this.
I don't have much.
All right,
Anything.
moving on.
Oh, before we move on to the next thing, I have one cyberpunk thing to say.
Go for it.
On Twitter, like I was scrolling by, and I don't know if someone was retweeting this, but you know how I love, absolutely love everything that Mother's Basement tweets. He has such amazing takes. I think he was retweeting something saying like, Cyberpunk uses this this like sequence of flashing lights that they used to test people for epilepsy or something on purpose. And it was like, this is a warning. And his retweet was like, how negligent can you be, or whatever. And when I started up Cyberpunk, the first thing it says is epilepsy warning. Like everything ever made does. It's like, bruh, did you not read? Like, if you have epilepsy, you're going to read that and be like, yeet, gotta get out of there. And
virtue signaling,
epileptic people can't do anything regarding screens already. So it's not like CD Projekt Red is going to make things any worse for them. It's like, that's
so
just
I would just like to acknowledge for a minute. Imagine living in a world, and I hate to say that we are quickly becoming this world, where anything that negatively impacts one group needs to be changed for the rest of the world to have to experience it the way that they can. So imagine you're watching anime and it's all just darkened. Like, you know, when they have like a shiny attack and they have to darken the screen in Japan because of the Porygon incident in Pokemon, right? So like they have this thing, if you ever watch anime before it comes to Blu-ray, any scene that has like bright flashing attacks and powers and stuff will get darkened. They have like an algorithm that determines this is a seizure, potential for seizure, so therefore we got to darken it, right? And then it lightens back up. Imagine that there was no Blu-ray with the regular, like, not shitty darkened version, right? That's the world that we're going to live in if we keep allowing the least common denominator to dictate what we can enjoy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
epilepsy warning, another reason not to buy.
Christopher Barker says epilepsy warning, another reason not to buy. I think it's funny, like, because I read that. He's looking for any reason to hate on this game, but I read that as they're going to warn the epileptic. No, fuck them, right? Like, all right, so back to live action news here. Yu Yu Hakusho manga gets live action series on Netflix. Ooh. So this picture here, is this the stage play?
This is just the stage play. They don't have anything.
Yeah, they don't have any actual thing here. So it says Hunter x Hunter's Yoshihiro Togashi penned 1992-1995 Spirit. Okay, that's great news. Everybody knows that. It's inspiring a live action series that will stream on Netflix worldwide. Can't wait till Kuwabara is like a black female.
Now, what country is producing the live action Netflix? Is it American made?
Yeah, I can't wait till freaking Karama is trans now. Netflix content acquisition director Kazutaka Sakamoto is the executive producer, and Akira Mori is producing at Robot. The manga already inspired a stage play, Pictured Right, that ran in Japan from August to September 2019. The manga follows 14-year-old. Hello, child.
I got some oranges.
You got some oranges? That's wonderful. Yeah, I guess I'll have one since you're going to interrupt me here. Ooh.
This one for you.
Just one.
Mom.
You can have the rest. Thank you for stopping in.
Look, it's yummy.
Wants to be on camera, I guess. Okay. Okay, so the manga follows where knows Yusuke Urameshi, who dies after saving a child in a car accident. Spirit World is surprised by his death and offers him a chance to come back as a spirit detective who is tasked with defeating demons. And all this is all okay. So basically, there's no information so far. Anyway.
Now, this news about the live action Yu Yu Hakusho reminded me that there's a live action Mob Psycho 100 series on Netflix.
There is. We didn't watch that. Shoot.
Not gonna watch it.
Kaiser Trigger says we live in a Shimoneta society, referring to the least common denominator stuff. Christopher Barker correcting me here says he doesn't really hate Cyberpunk, he just doesn't really care about it. Once again, I read that as I just don't really care about epileptic people. Also, the Yu Yu Hakusho Netflix series at least has the cast looking the way they should. I hate to break it to you, but that picture there is from the stage play. That's not from the Netflix series. I saw how the live JoJo looked, and I just couldn't get behind how the actors look compared to the characters. I thought it was all right.
I didn't like Okuyasu's look.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been better. I'm not saying it couldn't have been better, but shame that the movie is made by Netflix. The JoJo one or the series? Okay, he's probably talking about Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yeah.
It's like Call of Duty. Everybody loves Call of Duty. I don't see the appeal of it. Yeah.
Like, I'll give you that the hype culture
Christopher Barker, you don't have to
the,
defend your position on here. I'm just making jokes.
The hype culture of it will kill the game for you, I guess, your expectations.
Did you just assume that I like Call of Duty?
The Kaiser Trigger says, tell your kids shop smart. Shop S-Smart. Okay. She shops at Arjunas or whatever.
Is that a Wally reference?
I don't know.
No, maybe it's not. That was
At Junette.
That's by and large. That's what I was thinking of.
It's on 4.
All right.
Oh my God, guys, that was the Army of Darkness reference.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can we remove the thing there? I'm not on that section. Just because it's in the thing. All right. Okay, I have to remember, don't scroll down.
Don't scroll down.
Can't show that.
God.
Don't show us the hedgehog assholes.
Yeah. Netflix seemingly working on Sonic the Hedgehog animated series for 2022. Okay, so they tweeted this. NX on Netflix tweeted this. Rings, check. Sneakers, check. Speed, Sonic. So, okay, you're gonna knock over my Dr. Pepper, Chloe. Are you not gonna eat these? You're gonna eat them? Okay. She stuck them on there and just decided to push everything forward, making my mouse go into my Dr. Pepper. Okay. Can I get you to go back with your mom? No? Okay, well. Yeah, I tried, guys. Sega's legendary video game icon Sonic the Hedgehog races onto Netflix in a new 3D animated series from Sega, Wild Brain HQ, and Man of Action Entertainment, premiering in 2022. Okay, so hold on.
Sonic!
Yeah, you love Sonic.
Is Man of Action the same person responsible for Ben 10?
I love Sonic.
Sorry, say that again?
Is Man of Action the same creator of Ben 10?
I love Sonic and Amy.
Is Tintin?
Daddy,
Ben 10. Yes, Ben 10.
And Daddy, in the show you segment.
What do you need to show me, baby?
Of Sonic and Amy.
Sonic and Amy?
Yeah.
What about him? Yeah, she's in here. Yes.
Not gonna lie, I read Amy's name as Army the first time I saw it. Because I was young.
Don't give her to me. Don't give her to me.
Here you go. Thank you for stopping by.
No.
There's no lock on the door. Otherwise, I would. I heard the yelling. I'll do that later, okay? Aye. Okay. All right. So yeah. So here's the thing. They tweeted this and then deleted the tweet.
Tweet then delete. Yeet.
Yeet.
Wasn't it because it was supposed to be shown some sort of Game Award show?
Yeah, it says here it may well be that the announcement was meant to be made at the Game Awards later today, but I don't know why it's still deleted as far as I know.
They're true.
Anyway, wait, what? Every video game. So it's time to upgrade our live action anime / video games thing. Apparently, are you fucking kidding me? 55? 50 every video game movie in development, almost 55 images. Okay, so we've got Uncharted. Okay, Without Remorse. Mortal Kombat, skip. Tomb Raider 2, skip. Monster Hunter, yeah, I guess I'm gonna see it, even though in another world with my Humvee. Uncharted, yeah, I guess. Are you really gonna put Tom Holland in it? Wasn't Mark Wahlberg? Yeah, with Mark Wahlberg playing his. Oh, they put Mark Wahlberg as not playing Nathan Drake now. Wow, they're switching him up because they took so long to make it that Mark Wahlberg got old. Minecraft the movie. Yes, this is with Rob McElhenney from It's Always Sunny.
You're gonna have to watch that.
Oh yeah, there's a cyberpunk
Anime.
Netflix series, Netflix anime. Yeah, for some reason. Detective Pikachu 2, Sonic the Hedgehog 2,
Master
Mega Man, Gears of War, Call of Duty, Borderlands, Half-Life, Halo, Fallout, Last of Us, Silent Hill again. Sweet, Christopher Gans is back too. Nice. I would totally be cool with that. Just Cause, Firewatch, Shinobi, Scott Pilgrim producer. This is such a great image for it.
I am all sorts of confused.
Missile Command. Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Assassin's Creed 2. Okay. Brothers in. All right. Heavy Rain. Yeah, that's going to be wonderful. No. Yeah, I'd watch this.
Dukem?
No.
Sims?
Dear God, no. Why?
Why The Sims? Just make a Friends movie.
How can you make a movie out of that?
Are you for real right now? Like,
It'd be subtitled. Has to be, unless you're that die-hard of a fan of Sims to know the language.
Contra. Who's going to be in Contra? Live action film in China. Pass. Five Nights at Freddy's. Who cares? Resident Evil. No, really? They're making Resident Evil into a movie?
That's never happened.
Fatal Frame. Carmen Sandiego. Tetris. Roller Coaster
Tetris?
Tycoon. Yes. Yes, I'm sure that this is going to be a fun movie. Werewolves Within. Sleeping Dogs. Portal. Kane and Lynch. Dear God, there's so many. Just Dance. Yes, I want. Fruit Knit, of course. Who could forget? Super Mario the movie, Metal Gear Solid, Centipede, Splinter Cell, Dragon's Lair, The Witcher. Oh, they're getting a movie now?
Nice.
A new spin-off prequel series set in the same world as The Witcher. Okay. Yakuza, Assassin's Creed. Oh, thank God we got there. All right, there you go. Moving on.
Assassin's Creed already got a movie.
All right, guys. The dumbest thing you're going to hear all day. Twitch removes, quote, blind playthrough tag for perceived ableist connotation.
Oh, my God.
We were just talking about this, right?
Those epileptic and blind people.
We have to get
Dear-
a resident blind person's
We
opinion on
can't-
that.
We
I don't
can't
know.
say blind by anymore.
Guys, let me know.
Where's Lance? He needs to
Tell
give
me
us his take on this.
Do you
if you
know
feel
any blind
personally-
people who
Me.
watch Let's Plays on Twitch?
I know that
They
Lance
can't watch
watched
it.
that
They're
bit
blind.
Let's Play, so
In fact, how are they reading it?
I mean,
Streaming platform Twitch
are you
has
saying
now
blind
removed.
people can't look for blind gamers now? Are
Right.
they excluding blind gamers?
So that's the thing. There are actually blind gamers who speed run Zelda and stuff, and they do it based on sound. I don't know how. It does not seem like a fun thing to do. But I've seen a guy who's blind play Ocarina of Time to completion, like by hopping sideways and like memorizing the maps and where they are. So like if I hop sideways 87 times, I'll go into the next area. Like, oh my God. Like anyway. Streaming platform Twitch has now removed the, quote, blind playthrough tag for its streamers after it was spontaneously labeled ableist by a handful of outraged cultists.
Who are not blind.
A move that will hardly seem surprising for a platform that selected a deer woman for their so-called safety council. Previously, the blind playthrough tag was used for first-time playthroughs of a particular game, indicating to viewers that they may wish not to be spoiled on the details of the title. Twitch's community and creator marketing director Aaron Aurelian Wayne, acknowledged the needless change and congratulated the streaming platform for being stunning and brave. Happy to see Twitch has listened to everyone who shared feedback and removed. Happy that Twitch listened to all those sighted people who decided that blind playthrough wasn't woke enough to encourage more inclusive language for our community. Right. Because there's so many blind gamers. Yes, they do exist, but come on. You can still use.
They don't
first
give a
playthrough.
fuck anyway.
Or right? or opt to use it in combination with no spoilers for the same sentiment. Yes, but what about the actual blind players, like I just talked about, who are playing through the game, literally and figuratively blind?
Literal blind playthrough.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah.
Think
there you
of the
go.
literal blind children that you're affecting.
I like
with
this person was right. They're like, in a few months, the term blind let's play will be considered ableist, right? Is Justin Wayne, you willed this into existence. How dare you? All right. Anyway, continuing. So, since you're here, Footnum, Twitch is allowing Cyberpunk 2077 streams despite sexual content.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. They have a streamer mode.
CD Projekt, yeah, it's inclusive and stunning and brave. CD Projekt Red's revered yet intensely buggy Cyberpunk 2077 has turned heads due to its abundant inclusion of nudity and sexual content, with streaming platform Twitch allowing the game to be played with no repercussions despite previously disallowing such sexual content. So does the game have an AO title thing, an AO rating?
I'm assuming it's M because you can't physically release it on console or whatever if it's A. But the thing is, it has a streamer mode that disables the nudity and disables the copyrighted music. So yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can release a physical game of the AO version.
You can't release
BMX
it
Triple
on
X have that?
console, like Xbox and PS4.
Yeah. BMX Triple X for like PlayStation 2 had it.
Well, we're in different times here.
Okay, so Greenland 743 says, well, first of
in a
all,
different time when pixelated nipples looked like ass anyway.
well, they had full motion video, is the thing, from what I understand. I never played the game. I'm
I
just
think
saying.
that one was retroactively changed to adult only or whatever, right?
So Christopher, no, that was Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Because of the hot coffee code that got switched back on in the PC version. So they decided, just put it back in and sell it as AO now.
That's what I'm saying. It was on the shelves beforehand, before it was AO.
Okay, he says, I thought Just Dance was a Lady Gaga song. I wouldn't even know. I don't know why. I don't get either of these references. The anime collector, Sims is going to be people suddenly doing random things because God is bored. Yeah. No, I honestly think it's going to be like a Truman Show type realization. Like, do you feel like you're being controlled? Like, I just have these impulses. Like, I need to take a dump. And
I wanted to blow
I'm a
the
patron
baby.
now. So blind playthroughs and blind buys are considered offensive now, apparently. But just for the record, almost everything I buy is a blind buy because I am ableist, apparently.
I'm almost legally blind, and I don't actually blind buy anymore. I think
because
the
you're
last time
smart with your money.
He can see better than
I think
Brad
the
can
last
when it comes to
blind
buying
of
anime.
the actual thing that I've bought that I had not seen before was Ninja Scroll the series. I think that was the last thing that I blind bought.
This giant eyeball here, sadly, is blind.
Hold on. I have to
I got you covered, Greenland. Don't worry.
cover up. There you go. Now I can see anymore.
Exactly.
All right, so Twitch's streaming guidelines state that nudity and sexually explicit content or activities such as pornography, sexual acts, or intercourse and sexual services are prohibited. But it seems CG Projekt Red's new game, which is filled with such verboten visuals, is exempt from the rules, with such a pass always being given to big-name AAA titles. So, but as you said, there is a stream mode where the copyrighted music and all that is removed. The Twitch spokesperson had the following to say to the CNN business publication about Cyberpunk 2077's sexual content. Users can play Cyberpunk 2077 on stream provided they progress naturally through things like character customization and do not spend significant periods of time focused on sexual content or nudity. So as long as you don't stretch the slider of the dong as far as it goes, you're good. Right? CNN Business also states that currently Cyberpunk 2077 is the 5th most popular game to stream on Twitch's platform, bringing in millions of views. Well, there's the reason.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk 2077 is already available on PC, PS4, and Xbox One. PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X releases are also in the works for 2021. All right.
Dude, there's this one mission that's relatively early on in Cyberpunk where you're like trying to rescue someone or whatever, and you find them like naked in this ice bath, and then you have to carry them, and in your peripheral you just see their titties just right
okay. I was
there.
gonna say we're talking carrying them like fireman carry. Am I gonna have to? Is it gonna be Project? Was it Project I? Wait, not Project Aiko. Agent Ica. Is it like Agent Ica where they have like the running around with the character over the shoulder with like the panty shot?
No. It's not over the shoulder. It's in your arms in front of you. So the whole time you just see it on your side, and you're like, better get through this quickly before someone enters the room.
Yeah,
Stop looking down. Stop looking down. Stop looking down. Stop looking down.
I read a green text 4chan post that said, "My mom walked in on me in the character creation screen."
Oh god.
All right. So Twitter degenerates literally crying over new lolly succubus VTuber. So just because it makes people, quote, literally cry, I always want to share stuff like this. Twitter Puritans are always on the search for the next harmless thing to complain about. Twitter Puritans who are always on the search for the next harmless thing to complain about set their sights on new lolly succubus VTuber Kyoto. Kyoto, taking offense to not only her lolly design, but the fact that she is sexualized too. Kyoto describes herself as a 1,121-year-old succubus kicked out of hell and introduced herself to the world with a tweet exposing her design. I'm Kyoto. I'm a succubus that got kicked out from hell for not being the norm of what a succubus should be. I'm too cute and innocent. It's so nice to finally be able to meet everyone. Hope you cuties, oh god, cringe, will join me in my adventure to redeem myself. I'm so nervous. Well, so there you go. Yeah, I'm not even going to read the rest. She looks like a 3-year-old in laundry. I mean, I'm not going to say she doesn't, but she is an anime character. Anyway, so there you go. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba film is the first since Spirited Away to earn 30 billion yen. So it has earned, oh god, that's cringe over here, $291 million US. Spirited Away remains Mugen Train's last rival for all-time highest earnings in Japanese box office history. And Spirited Away and 3 other Ghibli films box office totals rose due to this year's revival screenings. So yeah, once again, I just point out that they put things back in theaters all the time to raise their, record or whatever. Mm-hmm. So Spirited Away remains the number one film on the all time in Japanese box office ranking chart. It is now 1.4 billion yen above Demon Slayer, which has been playing for 9 weekends. 3 other films by Miyazaki Studio Ghibli have updated. So Princess Mononoke went from rank 8 to rank 7, right? So it's moving up with, 10 million more dollars. Tales from Earthsea, when I first read this, I thought that it went down, like in terms of like it cost them more money rather than earning more money. But yeah, it went from 78th place to 76th place, which is amazing to me that it's not like 78,000th place, right? But there you go. Nazca the Valley Wind added 730 million yen, although it still remains below the top 100 all-time films in Japan. Okay. All right. Anyway, yeah, there you go. So I still think Mugen Train's going to beat it. What do you guys think? I mean, it'll take a little bit more time.
I was thinking it would do it by next podcast, but I mean,
meaning this one?
No. This next week, not this one.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Let's go. Let's wait and see. Continuing, Evangelion welcomes back Utada Hikaru for final movie's theme song and vinyl collected release. So the 4th and final rebuild of Evangelion movie, Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0, Thrice Upon a Time, which is not a mouthful, is finally on its way to theaters next month. And for the first time in a while, there's no telling what to expect. Up until now, a lot of the Rebuild remake subseries have been repeating or at least remixing plot points from the original 1995 Neon Genesis Evangelion TV series. But the end of the third Rebuild film, You Cannot Redo, took the core cast trio of Shinji, Rei, and Asuka completely off the map from where any previous iteration of the Eva narrative has gone. So all bets are off as to what we're going to see happen in Thrice Upon a Time. But we do at least know for certain one thing that is going that we're going to hear: the singing voice of J-pop megastar Hikaru Utada from Kingdom Hearts fame, who will be supplying its theme song.
She
Anyway.
did the ending theme for the third one too.
Yeah. So she did First Love, and now is doing One Last Kiss. So I thought this was kind of interesting. She was just 12 years old when Evangelion premiered on TV in 1995. And it wouldn't be until 1999, 2 years after the anime's second attempt at an ending, the end of Evangelion, that she hit it big with her breakout album First Love. Is that the song? Yeah, that's the song that they use, I guess. But ever since Eva rose from its slumber with the first Rebuild movie in 2007, Utada has been singing the anime's theme song, filling the role for the second and third installments as well. Oh, interesting. Anyway, I'm not going to read the rest of this because that's basically all I wanted to say. I thought that was interesting. Moving on. Here we go. Sound Cadence says they are proud to announce that they've been working with Funimation on some of their excellent anime titles. We produced the dub for Artie, the one that's like the Italian Renaissance character, the artist.
He was a noble lady who is training to become a artist, and you see all the different patrons that she goes through.
Right. Which is fully available to watch on their streaming service, as well as the upcoming dub for Gleipnir, premiering tomorrow. So yeah, that's great news that we don't have to hear necessarily all the same actors.
Okay, which honestly, there. The first time I heard Sound Cadence dubs or whatever, it was a bunch of Funimation voice actors.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, this is. I'm not going to say it's basically Funimation mixed with others, but because the recent what is it? That movie that Justin Sudeikis is getting dubbed.
Memories.
That one's being dubbed by Sound Cadence as well, and it has like
none of those
a bunch of randos. But the thing is, like, you're not free from Funimation actors in here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, at least I'm getting a little bit more variety because, God, I'm so getting tired of the core crew.
Have you been listening to the recent Funimation dubs?
Nope.
They have.
I listened to Mob Psycho, which I thought Chris Niosi is fantastic in.
Dude, that's Bang Zoom.
Yeah, that's Bang Zoom.
Well, Funimation released it. Chainsaw Man anime adaptation is officially coming. So there you go. It sold 5 million copies, the manga.
It just looks ridiculous. And yeah.
Made by Studio Mappa, who's doing like Jujutsu.
So here's the premise. Here's the premise of it. Denji has a simple dream: to live a happy and peaceful life, spending time with the girl he likes. This is a far cry from reality, however, as Denji is forced by the Yakuza into killing devils in order to pay off his crushing debts. using his pet devil Pochita as a weapon, he is ready to do anything for a bit of cash. Unfortunately, he has outlived his usefulness and is murdered by a devil in contract with the Yakuza. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Pochita merges with Denji's dead body and grants him the powers of a chainsaw devil. Now able to transform parts of his body into chainsaws. Can't wait to see how that turns out. A revived Denji uses his new abilities to quickly and brutally dispatch the enemies. Catching the eye of the official devil hunters who arrive at the scene, he is offered work at the Public Safety Bureau as one of them. Now with the means to face even the toughest of enemies, Denji will stop at nothing to achieve his simple teenage dreams. So I can't wait to see the episode where he humps someone to death with his chainsaw dick. All right, so here's some stuff from the promotional video for SSS Dynazenon. So it's basically Gridman with different characters, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
Which is great, get more of Gridman in different flavor. In fact, it says here Gridman Universe, right? So there you go. Also, Star Wars Visions, an original series of animated short films, celebrates the Star Wars galaxy through the lens of the world's best Japanese anime creators. None of them have been outed specifically, but basically it's the Animatrix for Star Wars.
Yeah, or Halo Legends.
Or Batman, Gotham Knight,
Yep.
or any number of other things. Petition started to stop Doraemon from constantly showing Shizuka in the bath.
Well then. Wait,
So-
what? But you can show Doraemon in the bath. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, what's the name of the guy? I know
Nobita.
Doraemon's the cat thing now that I realize it. What's the name?
Nobita.
Yeah, I guess it's okay to show him, but
Okay,
her?
so there's
No.
a reason for it. There's a reason for it, which I'll read in a second. Let me just refresh it so we get the...
at least take them both out of the bath if you're going to
No,
take
no, no.
any
There's
out.
a reason for it. So when I first saw this, I thought about that article about Shinkalion, where the woman wrote in asking them to have the kid go pee before going into Shinkalion.
What?
Remember that? Because like her son was a huge Shinkalion fan, and when she would tell him to go potty before going outside, he'd say, "Main character from Shinkalion doesn't go potty before piloting the robot, so I won't either." Right?
Oh my god.
I remember
But
this.
apparently that's not what's actually happening here. So they're saying petition to stop Doraemon from constantly showing Shizuka in the bath. By the way, because I already forgot, because we didn't have any convention news, Anime Expo is ditching Eventbrite, and they're going with another thing. So you're going to get refunded if you paid for the 2020 and let it roll over to 2021. They're refunding you whatever you paid, right? So just a heads up. I'm a little worried about it because I feel like they're going to go with, I think it was Eventbrite that's like, yeah, well, if you want to go to this concert, better have your vaccine paperwork for coronavirus, and all that shit. So we'll see how that plays out, but just a quick heads up there. So anyway, petition started to stop Doraemon from constantly showing Shizuka in the bath. She's clean. We get it already. In Japan, there are few children's franchises as beloved as Doraemon. The story of a robot cat from the future who was sent to help an awkward boy survive his own life. Having started as a manga in 1969, it still appeals to kids today. However, there's one recurring joke that a growing number of Doraemon fans would rather do without. It's hardly unique to the series, but from time to time, the protagonist Nobita would accidentally stumble into a room where his love interest Shizuka is taking a bath. Here's a parody news report on the world record 1,000th time Nobita was arrested for walking in on Shizuka in the bath. Nobita would usually then be overcome by embarrassment and receive some sort of comedic comeuppance, like a face full of hot water, and that would be the end of it, until it happened again. In addition to that tired gag, there seemed to be an oddly common occurrence of scenes where Shizuka was taking a bath with no real relevance to the plot at all. I wish this video worked, but it doesn't. It's all been enough to activate a growing number of parents who are raised on Doraemon themselves to start a petition on change.org, right, that's going to do something, to demand that the producers of the show knock off all the bath stuff. The petition was posted on the 3rd of December by a person using the name Midorino Mushima and opens with, We are former children who love Doraemon and are now parents who show Doraemon to our children. We learned about friendship and courage by watching Doraemon and also want to teach it to our children. However, there are problematic scenes in Doraemon. They are the bath peeping scenes of Shizuka by Nobita. The act of looking at someone in the bath is a sexual offense, not just mischief. It is an act that can be deeply traumatic for the victimized woman and can instill a lifelong fear of either taking a bath or interacting with men. We think that depicting the act as mere carelessness or mischief in a children's anime with as strong an influence as Doraemon has will lead to desensitizing sexual offense. because it's Doraemon's fault, right? It's Doraemon's fault that's a thing in Japan. Because of this, we request the following 5 things. Number 1 is our demand. Number 1, when creating new works, please do not include any bath peeping scenes. Number 2, when making films, please do not include gratuitous scenes of naked females, including Shizuka. Number 3.
That sounds like Doraemon.
Oh, God. When broadcasting existing works on TV, try to avoid bath peeping scenes as much as possible.
Whatever that means. Censorship.
Censor, yeah, seriously. Number 4, when peeping scenes are unavoidable, please add a note that what is happening is illegal. I'm sorry. So, if I recall, they said here,
literally,
Nobita
their
would
logo is
accidentally
illegal.
stumble into a room where his love interest was taking a bath. Not Nobita is like jerking off through the crack in the door, spying on her. Jeez.
No, I think what they're saying is the depiction of minors.
When peeping scenes are unavoidable, please add a note that what is happening. I just love this. It's like kids are watching this cartoon. It's like, kids, this is illegal. You know, like Tom and Jerry smoking is like, it's like, kids, this will give you cancer. You know. Number 5, do the same for other sexual offenses, such as peeping underwear upskirts the same way.
This sounds like a kid's show, all right.
Yep, the petition goes on to repeat that they have no again, but put this in the position of Tom and Jerry or any of those other things, right? The freaking rapey Pepe Le Pew and all that, right? Like that's basically the same thing that they're saying here because how old the show is. The petition goes on to repeat.
A 2000s Tom and Jerry special.
What?
Have you ever seen like a 2000s and up Tom and Jerry?
No, I'm not really a fan of Tom and Jerry or Looney Tunes or
but with parents complaining about violence, they keep adding scenes to try to appease the parents and like smile into the camera where it's like forcibly obvious they're trying to
kill each other,
meet a common ground before killing each other.
Yeah,
it's super cringy. I hate to hear that this might happen to Doraemon.
So here's the thing. Once again, because anime is becoming a global medium and it's expanding outside, they're like, we're so ashamed of our cultural unique things that now other cultures are seeing and judging us for, right? That's why you should be totally okay with colonization in America, right? Okay. The petition goes on to repeat that they have no intention of altering existing drama works. That's not what you said. Instead, they would like to carry disclaimers like Gone with the Wind has given earlier this year, warning viewers of its objectionable content. Hey, just so you know, this word that everybody always abbreviates as the N-word, you're not supposed to use it, right? Like, all right, great. Thank you for treating me like a child, Gone with the Wind. As of this writing, the petition has gotten about 900 of its needed 5,000 signatures and many comments of support. Oh, I cringe at the bath scenes, and I don't like showing them to my daughters. I absolutely love Doraemon, but I support this. I personally love Doraemon, and I agree with this petition because I want to show it to my 4-year-old with a clear conscience. I like the idea that these people, there was a certain time before the Supreme Court retardedly deemed it as child porn, where there was all that Simpsons porn.
What?
You know what I'm talking about? Like they just took the characters from random cartoons and like made them explicit. I like to think that in Japan this exact thing happened with the Doraemon characters. I agree. It doesn't acknowledge peeping as a crime because Shizuka's character is never shown as being deeply affected by it. This scene isn't essential to Doraemon at all. If it's not essential, it's better to do away with it. Yeah. Chekhov's peeping bath scene.
It's like if you grew up on this stuff, how fucked up are you then?
Yeah, no, but that's I love about this.
Are you a pervert in society or
exactly? It's the concept of we have to ban video games because they cause violence, and it's like
clearly you were raised that way.
Yeah,
and you're
that's the thing. Is like I'm a fan of Doraemon, but I'm not okay with this because the kids are going to grow up to be fucked up in the head, just like me, right? Like what are you saying here? You know. Anyway, so it's a strong opposition. But on the other hand, I think would be really funny is if we started our own position in opposition to this one.
Put
Show her tits
excessive
already.
bath
Be
scenes
brave,
in
you
Doraemon.
cowards. It's a strong opposition, but on the other hand, there does seem that'd be so funny if petitions worked that way. Like you could literally, if Change.org actually meant shit, it'd be so funny to just get like an army of trolls to force kids' cartoons to do just the most ridiculous stuff. On the other hand, there does seem to be a fixation about Shizuka's bathing outline. This can be evidenced by a simple Google or YouTube search, which reveals that Rule 34 of the internet is way, way in effect when it comes to drama.
I'm sorry, but
So
why do
apparently
they know
everything
this?
I just said.
Why do they know this? Perhaps because they were the ones looking for such things?
Right. It's like, oh, shit, my kids found the Simpsons porn.
Oh, no. It's all you in the wrong places.
I'll have you know I found 17,000 results for this in my research and downloaded every single one of them.
every single terabyte of it's on my hard drive now.
This can perhaps be seen by comments in parts of the internet other than the petition page where people weren't nearly as supportive of it. In some cases, seem violently attached to the joke. Shut up and die. Maybe they should cut all the violence from suspense dramas too. Then, why doesn't she lock the door? Then, ooh, that's a great point.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
It's an uptight world. Do these feminists think that everything sexual is perverted?
What?
It's an interesting question. I think Guillen's violence is a bigger problem. This is why TV is becoming more and more boring. Boys are going to want to look at girls in baths even without those scenes. That's just the way boys are. Yeah, and again, the thing is that he keeps, according to the way they phrased it, he stumbles in on it. It's not like he's like...
Yeah, it's not like he goes in there and is like, here, look, kids, I'm going to show you a trick of how
Yeah,
you
it's not like...
in the bath.
I imagine like the scene where Lupin like literally leaps out of his clothes into the bed, you know,
Yeah.
but into the bath kind of thing. It's not like that's happening. Do they want to cut the bathing scene from My Neighbor Totoro too? Right? I will say this: that kind of shocked me as a kid seeing that in theaters. Like, why are they all bathing together? You know.
That's weird.
Anyway, so the petition had made it clear that this is only with regards to Doraemon, and that they don't even want to cut anything from it. They simply want the shows and films to stop doing it from here on out, leaving their 41-year legacy of peeping gags wholly intact. I just like the idea of fucking like what's his name? Chris Evans. Like you're watching like I don't know, Tom and Jerry or something, and Tom is about to like take a hammer and smash Jerry, and it just cuts to the school PSA Captain America. Kids, what's about to happen would literally kill you, and then they just cut back to it, you know, like
No, have the Captain America PSA, then cut to Not Another Teen Movie, that scene where he's like all whipped creamed and he put a banana up his butt.
What?
Y'all never seen Not Another Teen Movie?
that was the perfect response to that. I'm going to just pretend that didn't happen. Okay, so that doesn't seem like such a huge thing to ask, but it will ultimately be up to the producer to decide and face the consequence of what? On Change.org. Of either continuing or ending Shizuka's baths once and for all.
I mean,
yeah. Such angry people. Wow, 11,724 people have signed it. Let's get it to... No, it keeps going up. Yeah, so how do I start the... make all the characters naked all the time? Like, it's just the entire show, everybody just walks around in an actual bathtub. Like...
show them as God intended them to be.
All right, I'm gonna step away for once. Yeah, I'm gonna step away for a second. I gotta take another leak. I'll be right back.
All right, guys, I'm going to come
also take a
out,
leave.
then come back later. All right. If the show ends, the show ends. But I plan to return sometime soon.
All right. Oh, we got our resident blind person in the comments. Well, I feel like I am losing brain cells from this article. Lance, did you? What do you think about the whole blind playthrough term being taken away from Twitch because it's ableist? As with me and Lance, I have coined the term visual aids as that's his condition. He has visual aids. And he uses visual aids to aid his visual aids. So yeah, he's gonna. Let's see if he's
visual aidception.
Yeah, exactly. And then, okay, so where did we leave off last time? AC Slice of Life. Oh wait, no, this is way further back. I thought Just Dance was a Lady Gaga song. Did you know that? What's that one dance game, Dance Central or whatever? I don't know. Maybe it is. The point is, there's that one dance game. They had a 2019 version that released on the Wii, the original Wii.
That's where we're at now. Okay.
Like they can see that.
I don't know what that's about.
Sims is going to be people going to be suddenly doing random things because God is bored. Oh yeah, I think we
covered this one.
So blind playthroughs, blind buys. Yet anime titties are a problem. Sorry, typed over the same words. It's like the whitening printed on toothpaste is offensive, therefore should be removed. What has got allowed stupidity in the world?
Well, let's be real.
I like extreme whitening.
The final solution whitening.
You like supreme
There
whitening solution?
So regarding this thing, there is that commercial in Korea where the flirty girl has like the black boyfriend that she sticks in the washing machine, and then he comes out as a white guy. So yes,
That's a
Christopher Berger said just so you know, I found all this trivial stuff that people are getting offended by hilarious shit. Yep. I don't know what this is referencing. That was a synopsis for the ages.
Augie is dead again. He'll be back and the show must go on.
Yes. Never forget that last part.
Was a mistake. Yes. Losing brain. All right, cool. So we're all caught up. Bye, Augie. Yep. All right, cool. All right, we're here. Kimetsu no Yaiba manga sales surpass 100 million. So I thought I had highlights here. I think I have highlights here. So
Alive trees.
Breaks all-time single-week Oricon manga sales record. And in second place, a Demon Slayer side story collection titled The Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Gaiden with 859,000 copies sold. It's yet another sales podium sweep for the series. So yeah, there you go. All right, GameStop to close 700 stores this year. Company closed 74 stores in the third quarter, making 462 closures this year. And nothing of value was lost. Right? Yeah, so yeah, I don't think I've even physically been in a GameStop in years. The last time I did actually go all the time was because they sold used DVDs, including anime. But this is the lockdowns for you.
Yeah, I think
they're essential. Remember,
the local GameStop. I heard people were Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. Our local GameStop had 2 PS5s, and they were the digital edition.
I think the whole point of the digital edition is that people won't be able to get the disc edition, and they'll be like, "Oh, they have a PS5. It's the digital edition.
There were people
PS5," and then they get it, and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't install any games on this."
There were people with tents just to get those 2 PS5s digital, and it's like, oh, sorry guys, it's a digital edition. It's like you're just imagining all these people camped out just trying to fight over the 2. Oh, fuck that! Now I have to get out of here.
Yeah, they wait so they can play 3 games,
Okay, continuing. Final Fantasy Sephiroth joins Smash Bros. Intent on shanking Mario and Zelda and taking off his shirt. So I don't care about actually reading this because it's all, just look at the images here. But
I mean, that's
I
cool.
laughed so hard at this. So what actually happens is he's got like the sword through the strap of his overalls. Also, it's really funny to watch him fight because the sword is just so freaking long. He'd go up against Ridley. Anyway, yep, there you go. Resident Evil Village build was allegedly leaked online. So in that hack that we had previously discussed, apparently the build for Resident Evil Village has been released, and there's a lot of story leaks. I'm not going to read them out loud, but there's this one. And the other one, I don't know. I can't go back now. Okay. Anyway. Oh, that's whatever. It doesn't matter. Super Mario Manga Mania released in English. So I think I covered this before. But there is an Amazon link now if you guys want to get it. Manga Mania. I think it's the complete paperback.
It's been out for a while now.
Yeah.
It just came out.
I'm pretty sure we covered it. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. So here's the Discotheque Day. It's great that our dead hosts can't be here to join us for the thing that everybody was like hyped to talk about.
Right.
So they've got Kodocha,
Kodocha.
complete series, standard def Blu-ray. They did mention that
big.
all of the artwork not being finals, like this is basically like it's temp, just so we have something to put here.
Slap together for the
Slap together, yeah.
Yeah, because for City Hunter it says 39 episodes, even though it says all 63 episodes.
No, it's going to be across 2 sets. So
Episodes.
I think they split the first series up in 2. I'm thinking that 39 is correct because
Look at what it says here.
The second set's going to be half the size. Anyway,
Look at what
so
this one says.
for Kodocha, though, I think it's going to be all episodes on one release.
Nope. It's gonna have 2 sets.
Oh, wait, no, it says at the bottom. Sorry, I was talking about City Hunter. Anyway.
Yeah.
But this is really cool because this has been really hard to get, all of them, I guess you could say.
Did Funimation release all of it? They didn't, right?
No,
but
they
all
only
the
released
stuff that you
Yakuza
could get,
Yakuza
was difficult because it was spread across a bunch of sets, and then the save editions were expensive. And I feel like some of the releases had 5.1 and the saves didn't, despite being the complete. I don't know, man. I just hope it has the best everything. And but yeah, it's cool that we'll get season 2. So this is great.
Well, this is what I'll say. First of all, I brought this up. We were watching it live. I know the art's not final, but I really don't like that this microphone just disappears behind his head. But Brady said that he's expecting to do a new logo that more matches the Kodomo no Omocha original Japanese titling.
Okay.
So they're not going to use the Funimation.
He's going to do the Crunchyroll guesswork, right?
Yes, sure. So I'll say this. In the English version, her name's Sana, right? She calls this guy her agent. But in the Japanese subtitles for the fan sub I watched, she calls him her pimp, which I'm really hoping that they include that in this release because I think that's a really way funnier way to watch it. So originally the song 7 O'Clock News, that's the opening song. This song was not in the U.S. release because the people who owned the rights to it were way exclusive with it. They wouldn't let it go overseas. They said Justin Zavega said that the guy who owned the rights to the company or whatever died, and so it's now all of a sudden available.
Okay.
So that's good. Rotten hell.
It's good that he died, is what you're saying.
Continuing.
I got City Hunter.
Whoa. We're going out of chronological order. Kenichi's next.
Kenichi is next.
I am so hyped for this because, well, as soon as TMS dropped a English dubbed episode 1 on their YouTube, I thought, okay, there's a good chance Discotheque's going to get it.
Mm-hmm.
And now that we have it it's on upscale Blu-ray, which is fine. Like it was made in like 2005 or something. But yeah, that's great. And they say OVAs not include separate license, which implies maybe they got it.
If this sells well, if you want it, buy what they're gonna release for Kenichi, and let the numbers do the talking.
This is so worth it.
Question.
Yeah.
Did Funimation release the OVAs?
No.
So there's no dub.
No.
Okay.
That's what the one guy was complaining about. He's like, it's not worth it. And it's like, dude, we haven't gotten the OVAs at all. And you're going to complain if they don't have the dub or if they don't get it dubbed because, the voice actors are still alive. It's like, I mean, yeah, but it's discotheque. They don't just dub everything.
I wonder what it would actually take. So how much does this box set cost?
It's going to be
$49.99 or
26
something like that?
episodes or 25.
So what's it going to cost, roughly?
Yeah.
Let me ask you, what's it going to cost, roughly?
Well, look at the right stuff. There are other
What do you think it's going to cost? Just give me a damn number.
$30. $30.
Okay.
I don't
So
work
let me
in
ask you this.
USD. I
Let me
can't
ask you
give
this.
you.
If it costs $60, I'm curious, how much do you think it would cost them to add on to the price we'd have to pay in order to actually dub an OVA or two?
It is
and do
luckily.
you think it would be worth it?
It's luckily over 2 sets, so that should help them get more. I remember back then they said, would you guys like us to release things in multiple sets if we got them dubbed or a single set subbed or something like that?
So the problem with this...
There's 11 OVAs, though.
Okay. That's
Probably
what I was going to ask next.
50 on 50 price tag, but 35 pre-order. I had to take a guess.
My question was, how much do you think it would cost them to? What I'm trying to get, I'm trying to podcast magic us into a world where discotheque is more receptive to dubbing stuff, and I'm wondering how much more would they have to charge on a title? I mean, it's going to be different for each title, obviously. But how much more would they have to charge? And at what point would it not be worth it to us? So if this set, how long is Kenichi's?
Well, let's compare a set that they have dubbed.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not dubbed.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I think that they shouldn't even be bothering with Detective Conan because their dub sucks, right? but other stuff, if I would be so ready to drop, $100 on a set that's only 30 or so episodes.
Konosuba is 11 episodes, $37 on Right Stuff.
Mind
you
know
that Konosuba is going to get purchased. That's why they can do that.
Right.
No,
right.
Crunchyroll paid for the dub.
Right, and Crunchyroll paid for the dub. Anyway, all right. Enough of that. So this is the wall of SD Blu-rays. So are they? I mean, this is quite the nice, perfect alignment. When you get one more, how's that going to fit in here? So what got thrown in here? What was it that was added at this point?
They don't have the first Beyblade.
Nothing just yet on this thing here.
This is just repeats, marketability.
Okay, so it was Laserian.
Video Warrior, baby.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The Laserian.
That was what the main company proposed that they would use.
This is just promotional
material. That was the promotion thing. This is what they're actually calling. I hate Michael Toole's awful, horrible, no good, very bad Photoshop skills on this font and the bad curve. So fucking bad. It looks like it's Laserian, not Laserian, right?
Oh.
I hate it.
Are you sure this wasn't a Brady job?
I'm positive it was a Michael Toole job because he bragged about it. So Battle Athletes SD on BD, TV series and OVA.
This is just a more SD stuff. This is already out.
Full episode and ending and eye catches along with it. Nothing edited.
We already covered this last.
This
video.
release is already out. Let's move on.
Yeah, I've already got the whole series. And then we've got, what was it? Daltanius?
Daltanius.
Future robot.
Yes, this is what was supposed to have been purchased to be used for Voltron, but instead we got Go Lion instead of this one. Their comment was, give us the one with a lion in it. And
Yeah.
lion being the name of Voltron, in the Go Lion, they gave them that instead of this.
So was Go Lion basically a Macross? Or
Yeah,
sorry, Robotech?
I don't think that was an appropriate summarization of what they said.
Then how would you word it?
I'm trying to remember exactly what they said because I was reading articles while this was going on. I don't think that's what they said though. I think they said something like the pitch for Voltron got turned into this, and then later on they made Voltron as well. Like this was like a synopsis pitch of Voltron got turned into this thing, and it did well, so they went with the original concept of Voltron or something like that. That's what I thought they said, but I could be wrong. So then they got City Hunter. This was the death of Rio Cyber. But we already kind of knew this. They had announced it a long time ago that they had the entirety of it. Angel Heart was still.
Yeah, Angel Heart and I'm still waiting for Cat's Eye to get rescued.
Yeah, full Blu-ray release, not SD on BD.
This is what I was talking about. It says episodes 1 to 39.
Go back up.
And on the thing it says all 63 episodes.
Oh yeah, this says collection 1.
Season 2, set 1.
So set 2 is going to be like half the size or whatever.
It might include like OVAs or something because of the offset. Yeah, I agree. It should be like 32 episodes instead of 39
Not
episodes.
final. Not final. Not
I'm
final.
fine.
Okay. Continuing here, we have Grimm's Fairy Tale Classics.
Finally. Oh my God, finally.
They said that they had to get a bunch of VHS tapes to stitch together the English audio.
Mm-hmm. Bootlegs.
Yeah, bootlegs, right? I'm guessing that HBO or whatever company had the original
Nickelodeon.
Nicktoons.
Was it? Well, they said they
Nick
showed it on
Jr.
Nickelodeon, but whatever company originally went through with the dubbing.
That was Saban Entertainment.
Yeah, so they just didn't have access to it. I'm guessing this is a Gulliver's Travels, and anyway. And also City Hunters Region A and B, they said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
And
You clicked on something.
did I? I don't think I did. No.
There's a lot
weird.
more.
Show replies. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so kind of disappointed with the not final artwork here. Surprised
the
it's
opposite.
2 seasons.
Go for it.
I just feel like it's kind of uninspired, and to the general average person who's going to look at this at their booth at like a convention, I don't know that this is going to be enough to sell it.
I saw it and I thought, I don't care.
Yeah.
So that's perfect.
That's what I'm saying.
But also,
Yeah.
I thought this looks
Whatever.
like Nutcracker Fantasy, and I have zero interest in that.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like there are, of all the ones we've looked at, I think it's very likely that somebody's going to see this and they're going to pick it up and look at the back, right?
That one looks
I
like
think-
the other one looks like a final to me.
This too, like it's
Yeah.
colorful. You're going to click, you're going to pick it up, you're going to look at the back. This one feels uninspired in terms of like okay, so maybe if you put this in the center, maybe
Yeah.
you could it feels like, okay, here's a Disney castle silhouette. All right. So
Well,
let's see how that
opening,
goes. So continuing, we've also got so they talked about Project ACO,
It's going to
And
include
specifically-
four movies.
specific but not Pop Chasers, sadly. They've got Astro Res, is that what it was called?
Yeah.
So I will say this. They were talking about here. It says Twitter compression is evil, but you'll still see it, right? The upscale.
I did not see it in that. I
Oh
couldn't
my!
tell what was what.
Hold on, I'm switching to other iPad. Keep talking.
So the one with the lighter colors is the good or the bad?
Yeah. What's her name again?
Eiko?
Seiko, right? Yeah, she looks great. I didn't like the color choice of the green-haired girl with how they restored it. And it's such a minor thing, and if I didn't see the comparison, I just think it looks better lighter. It works, whatever. But oh my God, AstroRes is unbelievable. I guess it's an algorithm or a what do you call it? Deep
Learning super sampler.
Hold on, there's a word for it. Cycle GANs or whatever. So it has like billions and billions of billions of anime cell fed into it, and it's utilizing that to generate basically a frame by frame upscale. And I'm guessing that they have a way to sample previous frame, next frame, so that stuff like this doesn't constantly cycle and change. But it's pretty outstanding, and it's going to change every single. I mean, again, this if it can do that to this, where the masters are lost. Just imagine what this is going to do. Like Funimation's gonna like get their hands on it at some point and finally give us a
4K.
good Dragon Ball.
Oh wow.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that's pretty fantastic. Here's this was pretty outstanding. So this is the source that they gave it, and this is what it outputted. And they had talked about this was mind blowing to me. The detail, like on this, like it's gone.
It's insane.
You couldn't even tell that that's a shadow, right? I mean, like maybe this one you could, it's probably a shadow, right? And you could artistically. This is fantastic for what it was able to give them, right? It's not perfect, but damn, is it good, So this is pretty outstanding. Like whoever's making this is the future, right? What do they call it again?
AstroRes.
AstroRes, right? Yeah. So.
And then you tweeted out hope I can afford it.
yeah. I was trying to force out a little bit more information, but it didn't go anywhere.
I want to upscale my whole collection with that.
Yeah. Well, because it would be beneficial to me at times when I want to make a thumbnail for something, and I'm gonna or like for a Stealth Weeb thumbnail for a product, and the picture is of something that's kind of small in the background. Being able to do this and get it a little bit crisper is great. In fact, for the one I did with the Mr. Donut, I actually upscaled it using Google Gigapixel, right? And then I used that as my reference, and I did some artistic liberties to it to make it, like the line art isn't solid all the way around. It's like kind of broken up, and there's, it's got an artistic brushness to it, if you look at it real close. But I actually started by using Gigapixel to get it to a cleaner, higher resolution thing. For most of it was a good effect. Anyway, Christopher Barker says manga is better than anime. Sometimes. Apparently I had some issues with latency. Christopher Barker says, I blame GameStop's crappy customer service for the reason for the closing. COVID is just a contributing factor. So obviously the stores that already were headed downhill, this is just an acceleration with the lockdowns and everything. Digital Edition is basically, wow, you got banned for pissing some niche off AMD. They falsely, and some bitch off, and they falsely reported you. Have fun making a new account and buying all your games and DLC again, bitches. Yeah, I guess. What's the difference between standard edition on Blu-ray and just Blu-ray? So it's not standard edition, it's standard definition. So SD Blu-ray means that the picture size, now when you watch it, obviously it's going to scale up to the size of your TV, but what you're basically doing is you're taking what you would put on the DVD, the standard def, like 480p or whatever, 640 by 480, so to speak, and you're putting it on a Blu-ray. Because a Blu-ray disc uses, when it's red, it uses a blue laser instead of a red laser, and the blue laser is much more precise and precise is, I guess, the good word, so that you can fit significantly more pits and lands, which allows you to fit. How many episodes can you fit standard def on Blu-ray? Like, how many are
You
there?
can get like 50
Fistbin
of this.
50? Yeah.
Is it 50? So yeah, 50. Imagine, when you have to put in a disc and it's like, oh, you've watched 4 episodes of your anime. Now you got to jump up and swap it out for the next disc. Yeah. This will let you do 50 episodes straight.
Yeah, that's why Fist of the North Star on SD Blu-ray is like no question.
Yeah, it's like three discs for 150 episodes.
Man, I'll tell you, if I could get RHYS Fist of the North Star, I'd buy that shit. Right? Anyway. Digital only PS4 is basically you lost your account for some dumb reason, like you pissed some punk off and got falsely reported. Have fun rebuying everything. All right, Lance with the double comments here. PS5 is what I meant. Okay. PS5 keeps auto-correcting to PS4. All right. Has there ever been an anime cover that's changed after not final? Yes.
Plenty.
Yeah. All hail the Dark Lord Satan. Well,
okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Is that Satan 666?
Kiwi Farm Resident A. How's Ron Toye over there? Damn, I was gonna say Rick Astley for some reason. I'm like, why is the name not coming to me? Lance says, I had the same thought since I have never seen one change that I can remember. They have changed. We've covered them a couple times. Eagle, our resident blind man with the eagle eyes, Reese, is always quick to show us. 480p on Blu-ray. Yep, that's what it is. There you go. All right, 4.7 gigs to 25 gigs for Blu-ray. Changing it from.
Wait, what?
I think he's trying to say.
I think the big.
It's going from the DVD capacity to the Blu-ray capacity.
Exactly.
I was going to say 4.7. Right. What? That's not on Blu-ray.
So continuing here, so they also got Mahoraba, not to be confused with Maburaho.
I only got it confused because I saw a picture of it on their thing. I'm like, oh, okay, they got that.
Talking about Megabots Season 3.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to get this just because of the memes. And it's a Blu-ray. They're actually getting a Blu-ray of it. I think this. Then again, they are upscaling a lot of these. But fuck, man, if RHYS can do that, like, geez, I don't even care anymore.
Well, that's the thing is, all of the things they said they're upscaling here. I'm like, please be with RHYS.
yeah. So, well, here's the thing. So according to Justin Savakis, RHYS is a very manual process so far, right? Meaning that if you can upscale something, because there are ways to upscale. Gigapixel AI has an automated upscale per frame. After Effects has their own upscaler, and you could literally just run the footage through it. And I think that most of the time that's what they're going to do because it's going to be faster, right? And in some cases, Justin Savakis is always salivating over how well something upscales. In some cases, the difference is going to be negligible. But obviously, quality files like us, when we see the quality that's capable with RHYS, we want everything to go through RHYS. Hold on, my wife is texting me. Anyway, then there's Metabots.
Talking about Season 3, they got the masters for the dub. First time released on
fantastic. That's fantastic. Not that I care about Metabots, but still. All right, so audience, let's crowdsource this. Ninja Robots. They have most of the dub. Still working on it. If you have a friend who is a fan, check with them. They have all, but episodes 24, 25, 26, and 38 through 43. They're missing dubs for that. Okay. And the dubs are absolutely absurd. They are almost Ghost Stories level absurd. So it's of the utmost importance that they get all of them, right, before this gets released. We don't want to let that happen. So I'm going to go ahead and retweet this. Anyway. Yeah, so you can watch the clip here and listen to the amazing dubs.
Did you ever found you in a dumpster?
Say what?
It was like the one line back there was like, "Did we ever tell you we found you in a dumpster?"
Yeah.
I just thought it was so weird.
Yeah.
And then all the stuttering going on with the one character, it was ridiculous.
Yeah. So then they also plugged Retro Crush and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Then Deimos. Apparently Augie's gone again. I don't know when that happened. Fighting General Deimos, right?
Yep.
Continuing. Okay, so there's some Lupin updates here.
Out or shipping out right stuff? Not out yet.
Okay, but there was something important. Which one was it that had, for some reason, the ending was letterboxed?
Oh, next slide.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Columbus Files. Okay, it says here. The finale was originally letterboxed, so they upscaled it. So I don't quite understand what this means. The Columbus File. This is a special.
It's
a TV special, so it's 4x3.
4x3. Yeah.
So why would you upscale it if it was letterboxed?
They made it. They took the 4x3. So when the finale was up, it's like in a small. It's in a box. It's within a box.
So it's not letterboxed.
They made the finale fill the screen.
Yeah. So that when they said letterboxed, but they must have meant window boxed.
Well, yeah. I mean, basically.
Yeah. Okay. So letterboxed for the audience here. Imagine that this part of the screen up here references the black on your TV. Right. If you have a 4x3 TV, that's letterboxing, where the top and bottom are left black, so that the thing that you're watching is, because it's a different aspect ratio. Mm-hmm. Pillar boxing is when you're watching something on a widescreen TV and it's got the boxes on the side.
The blue bars you see on the side of the screen are the black bars.
Sure, yeah. So like I can't put my mouse over that, but to the left of my mouse over here and to the right of my mouse are those blue, that would be considered a window box, right? Or, I'm sorry, a pillar box. Window boxing is when it has both. So that it's actually shoving what you're looking at into a smaller window.
So instead of being window boxes, they upscaled it to fill the entire screen. Okay.
Yeah. I have to rewatch Columbus Files from the Funimation release. I vaguely remember it being. I got to turn off my. Hold on. I got kind of pissed at Brady for calling that guy's jacket green, but I realized after they moved off the slide that I still think that's not quite green. Does this look green? It looks like a light blue.
Nah.
Brady is colorblind, confirmed.
Nah.
Continuing.
So we got part 3.
Yes, part 3, which is fantastic. But again, no dub.
No dub.
Very, very bizarre series. Completely different opening. Style,
probably my least favorite series.
Everybody's, but you know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, lady called Fujiko Mine's got to be worse, right? But
you gotta go back to.
Is that it?
Nope. There's more.
Show replies.
Right there.
All right. So here's how that's gonna look. Not final though.
One set. Thank God, instead of 2.
Yeah. Full Blu-ray as well.
Long-awaited core Lupin TV series on Blu-ray. I'm happy to be able to, I guess, I wouldn't say start getting into collecting it because I already have part 4 in Fujiko Mine, but it's like I feel like I'm allowed to collect it, like the core of Lupin.
because you can now watch it from beginning to
Well, no,
So-
I'm still waiting for season 1 and
Part 4?
2, but it's like this
On
is
Blu-ray?
a step in the
Okay.
right direction. Because the thing is, season 1 has a Blu-ray in France. Season 2 should have a Blu-ray. I think Japan
Yeah.
might have Blu-rays.
I
for it.
think if Discotheque releases part 2, it would be an SD Blu-ray.
Takaso, utilizing podcast magic here, says, "I want You're Under Arrest."
High Dive has that streaming, so I think Sentai would be likely
Yes,
to get it.
Sentai already has it. They've already released it, haven't they?
Yeah.
What? No, well, they
released it on
2 and
DVD.
3.
Yeah. So it would be nice if there was a Kickstarter from Animego, but they obviously don't have the rights to it anymore.
What I'm saying is Sentai probably has the rights for season 1.
Yeah, correct. That's what we're saying. And then we've got this very saucy Return of Cal. Good thing that they put that glow here so that YouTube
Yeah.
doesn't have any issues with this.
Now,
Gee.
this is probably widely regarded the worst Lupin thing ever.
What is going on up here? Are these like lights? That's really
Those are crystals.
okay. No, I'm talking about like the
The
dot.
dots.
Oh,
Dots.
the dots, yeah.
Yeah, not the
probably lights.
obvious crystal
Yeah.
thing.
Worst Lupin thing. It's like 50 minutes. It's an OVA.
It can't be worse than Goodbye Partner.
It is worse.
Okay. Also, Banana. By the way, my daughter walked in when this part of the stream was happening,
Oh,
and
God.
she was quite taken aback and wants to
Oh,
watch
God.
more.
So now you gotta buy all Banana?
Oh, I already got part 1.
Oh,
I've
you got
already
the
Why?
first season? Yeah, you get that. Mike Jewell narrates the first season.
Yeah, and he made sure to let you know. In the Japanese version, the first season narrator was played by Mr. Yoshikazu Ebisu. In the new series, there was a new narrator, Miss Yuki Kana. Therefore, please stop asking Mike if he's going to be in this. It's a lady this time. Well,
Just
Mike
watch.
just
No one was
identified as a
asking.
Watching this series reminded me of watching Princess Tutu, which is the way she sounds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's a voice actor from Ruby, I think. Lindsay Shepard. I don't know.
Oh.
Moving on. Memories. So they are putting this out on Blu-ray and they're dubbing it. And I guess they had something really interesting to say. Actually, they said that They said the magnetic rose segments of Memories has 4 minutes of early digital animation, meaning I guess it was done in the computer,
Yeah.
mastered to analog tape, printed to film. It's supposed to blend in, but in HD it didn't look very good, so they're using AstroRes to fix it.
And look how freaking good it looks.
Yeah, I mean it looks kind of void of grain. I think there's a little bit.
Yeah, it's
But I'm assuming that this is a scaled in portion, not
It's
a
void of grain because it was digital.
true, but I'm saying that it's scaled in, right? So like I don't know if this is like a crop of a portion that they're showing you how good it looks, or if this is actually a frame. But regardless, it looks pretty good. So and that's great. That's a great solution to the issue that they ran into. Then they've got
hold on, back up. So they are done dubbing what Stink
The first two
Bomb
parts?
and was it the Cannon Fodder, and they're going to premiere the dub on Twitch next month probably.
right.
So and that's kind of a weird thing to premiere the dub on Twitch instead of like on Crunchyroll or Retro Crush or something.
It's a neat idea.
If it's just a what do you call it?
No, they just show the whole thing.
Oh, they're showing the whole thing. They're not just showing.
No,
I see it as a
the-
screening because if you put it on Crunchyroll, people can infinitely watch it.
Right.
Yeah. So
That's
Twitch, you
true.
have to be there because it's not. You have to be there
That's
when it
true.
goes
That's
live,
true.
kind of thing. So, anyway, so then also, this was weird. They had Black Rock Shooter.
yeah, there's a cheese Black Rock Shooter in the in the role at the start of it, and then this was like apparently a thing that they got with the Thermi Romine promotional
Just
stuff.
a commercial which was very weird.
I thought that was
Yeah,
pretty funny.
So Okay, brand new dub, great.
Yeah, this is out this
funny.
month.
Yeah, this is good and everything. And then Black Rock Shooter.
And then so they
Coming
got
to Blu-ray.
the
Just
TV
the
series.
TV episodes uncut. We are also doing a new dub for it.
Yep.
So
So then
I'm guessing
that
if it costs them no money and they think that they can make money off of it, then they're willing to dub. I mean, it's like only 8 episodes, not
Yep.
the specials or anything.
Yep.
I'm
The OVU was
shocked it took them this long. to
OVU was like
finally
an
get this
hour
one
long.
here. So what?
The OVA is like an alternate telling. Like this is the full telling of whatever of the story, and so this is the one to get if you can get any of it.
Well,
So-
it never came out before.
This has been in the UK and Australia for years now,
Yeah.
and we're only getting this now. That seems so weird.
But we're
Right?
getting the dub version. They didn't get the dub version.
That's true. That's pretty cool. I'm glad that I waited for a good reason, I guess.
Yeah.
They are really tight with sound cadence, apparently.
I think Danny Chambers. She's the Funimation one. If I remember, I think she voiced in Ancient Magus Bride.
Damn, her hair is receding worse than mine.
Xanthine, I know I heard her in March Comes in Like a Lion. She's really good.
Okay. All right, and then what do we got here?
November Slate, which is already out.
Still need to buy this. Okay, and then
December
here's
Slate.
Slate. Need to buy this too. And whatever, fuck that. I'll buy it. Whatever. Not right away. Castle Cagliostro coming to 4K.
January Slate.
Yeah, January. So this is the type of thing Brady was talking about, like a title in the style of. I don't like it. I think Fighting Spirit looks way better. Looks really weird. Hi, Jume no Ippo, right? Like that. But whatever. And then apparently nobody wanted to take credit for Kiss X Sis, which I will definitely buy and think everybody should buy. Look, I want to be real with everybody right now.
Yeah.
So we constantly talk about companies making bad decisions.
And then
And like censoring and all. When Discotech is all embarrassed about Kiss X Sis, buy the shit out of it. All right, like, tell them that you want it. Right. Then Konosuba 2, Miss Machiko, more Lupin, right? All that. So
Brave 10.
yeah. Miss Machiko apparently. Where's the petition for that show?
Same thing. It's like nobody wanted to take.
Oh no, they said that they advised against it, but I guess it was so cheap that
Against what?
they advised
Machiko.
against. They advised what's his name? We called him Sheldon or whatever because he looks like the guy from what is his name?
The big cheese at
I
Discotheque.
have a name for him. What is his name? Is it Shelby? Selby. Yeah. So they advised against Boss Man getting Miss Machiko, but I guess it was so cheap that he got it anyway.
Yeah, it was the stream only model or whatever. They're like, we're testing this out, and that's like, I guess we'll get it all, which I'm glad because I don't like the idea of, I'm just gonna I don't know, save the downloads from Crunchyroll and hope to Satan that they don't expire, and then have it as an archive.
And then these ones aren't scheduled yet. So
Okay, this is weird. It says Urusei Yatsura, the movie, separately. So is this a tease saying they got Urusei Yatsura?
Urusei Yatsura only you. Okay.
Yeah,
So
movie 1,
I
movie
think-
2,
I think that
I'm looking at the text.
or whatever. Movie 3 or
So
whatever.
these are two different movies. There's also a series of OVAs though, right?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that they're gonna wait until they've gotten everything else, and they're gonna say to the people, the rights holders in Japan, they're gonna say, look, we want to get the series. Here's how the sales did on the movies and the OVAs when they get to that point, right? They're gonna try to use that to bargain down the price. Because it probably still will sell well, but it's going to be a lot of work because it's a lot of episodes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're probably going to utilize this as a way to bargain down the price and then negate the possibility of losing money on it that way. Also, Scried on Blu-ray. Oh, yeah, I'll buy that.
No, we talked about this.
Blu-ray. What's up?
We talked about this one. It's just carry on.
Is it an upscale? What's going on? Not yet scheduled.
All right. Question time.
Were there any questions worth bringing up?
I can't really remember. I mean,
All right,
they basically negated anything that you'd want to ask them about right off the dot.
So they said, what did they? Oh, I don't think it's we can't answer. Can you license playing questions? But then Justin Sevegas said something to the effect of, we don't anime sells better than live action, except for maybe some tokusatsu. So we don't typically, if you ask us to do it, it's like we'll think about it, but probably won't. So I recently submitted to them. Not that. That ain't fucking it. Here it is. I submitted them this.
I should have asked if they do have the OVAs of Kenichi.
I know Discotheque Media said that live action shows don't sell as well as anime, but hear me out, right? And I tagged the ones I could in it because I want this show. I want it so bad. I don't know anything about it, but I want it. It's called it's like Desho Kakero. It's means it's like the verb for to handcuff somebody in Japanese. Don't tell me you don't want that. And I also said this, right?
Well, live action.
Live action. And of course, they neglected to reply at all, so they're definitely going to do it, right? Anyway, all right. So that's
while we're on Twitter. What was the point of retweeting your JoJo's tweet?
Oh, I just saw it while I was looking for the one that I sent them because that was a tweet I had retweeted previously about that show with the handcuffs, and I just happened to see it. I'm like, yeah, this was good. I went to the trouble of doing this. I might as well get a little bit more attention on it. Anyway, so regarding one of the things we didn't talk about, Ariane, right? Ariane. So classic Sunrise film based on Greek mythology, first ever release in North America. There's no dub, right?
No, they could not get the isolated music and effects track.
Right, so they couldn't make a dub. That's right. Okay.
Right.
They said that they had thought about it. Anyway, so that character there is shows up in Fist of the North Star for 5 seconds. Also, remember in the original Fist of the North Star movie, Vampire Hunter D, right? And then in the original Vampire Hunter D, Kenshiro's in it. Yeah, so the character shows up in this scene because they were working on. The guy was working on all these different things at once, so he like threw the characters in and stuff. And then I saw this out of context Transformers. I don't know. I'm not even going to read it, but okay. But then I saw this part, and I thought this. Fun fact: this is all in scale. So there you go. All right.
That's awesome.
So Thomas is that much bigger than Optimus, I guess, is what they're getting at. Anyway.
Yeah, right, Thomas gets paid more.
Oh, look, I'm live now, guys. We've got Sean Kleckner basically was put out this thing about the fact that
it's Christmas time.
Shipping is difficult around Christmas time. Don't get on my ass about it, is what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
All right. So here are the right stuff things. Hokkaido Hyper Destroyer Edition DVD.
Okay.
I like the underbite. I do. Also on Blu-ray. Who's releasing that actually? Starring Tak. Is that Tak Sakaguchi?
Yep.
Ooh. Hold on. I want to see it. Media Blasters?
Hold on.
Yeah, Media Blasters. Sweet.
Yeah. Media Blasters did this one. Logo is releasing Crazy Samurai Musashi. This is called Crazy Samurai Musashi, not Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1. That's just weird. That's a fuck up on right stuff.
400 versus 1.
Go back up.
Yeah, I see it.
Right there. Crazy Samurai
Musashi.
Yeah. And this
So I
is
think it should be
this-
called Crazy Samurai Musashi 400 versus 1.
yeah,
I missed it.
but it's just called Crazy Hammer Musashi 400
Oh,
versus
man, I'm
1.
so
It's
ready
just like
for
a
this.
tagline.
One single take, Sakaguchi could do it. It's
Yeah,
probably not really one take. It's probably a bunch of hidden cuts. But seriously.
But
I
yeah,
gotta
it's 77-minute long take.
Yeah. Okay. So previously on this podcast, when I was doing pickups, versus, right? This is Sakaguchi, directed by Ryuhei Kitamura. So who is Yuji Shimomura? See, was he involved in it? I don't remember. Anyway, it's gonna be great. Everything Taka's in is great. So
I'm considering picking this up just because of
One
sounds
take.
sounds
Yeah.
awesome.
Sounds cool. So I'll definitely be getting that at some point. Now that I got the Blu-ray player, I still haven't hooked it up, but
There's no DVD copy for this either, so you're stuck with this one.
whatever. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching some stuff, on the side if I ever have a chance to, because I can finally watch Hardcore Henry on Blu-ray.
I was just gonna say
Instead of terrible Netflix. Also, Puppet Princess on DVD and Blu-ray. This is a fun little OVA or whatever. I'd recommend it. Released by Media Blasters, so it's great to be able to support them some more. Naruto Set 2 Blu-ray. Well, I mean, it's no Wilsh Portacio, but whatever.
Does it still say 4x3? Or 16x9 on the back?
16
Son of a
by
bitch.
Yeah.
I think just because it's Blu-ray, it says 16:9x9. Just because
What if it's 16 by 9 pillar boxed?
because the Violet
basically
Evergarden movie is it's the cinematic widescreen, so it's not 60, but the back of the box still says 69. So the black bars are part of the picture. That's basically
Right. I think that's what I'm saying. So it's pillar boxed.
so.
I hate it when there's these off ratios where it's like 1 pixel thinner.
3-3-3-1, yeah. So also JoJo.
Emperor Crimson instead of King Crimson.
And I made the joke
Sorry,
that they're gonna go back to the old style of the collector's boxes for this one.
No, the joke would be worse if when Stone Ocean finally gets made, they do go back for Stone Ocean.
Oh, absolutely. This will be the white sheep.
Well, it'd be like a purple and red spines because I think this will have a red spine.
So do you think they just didn't sell enough of the ones that we were buying, or what? Or that's a dumb question. It's Viz. They made
JoJo sells like hotcakes.
Yeah, it's a dumb question. It's Viz. They did the Best Buy Steelbook for Hunter x Hunter Season 1 only.
Yeah.
They just love they love cucking us.
Shut that off.
So Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Sinnoh League victors.
Not much fun. Oh,
Made
speaking
in the Theatrical Collection Steelbook Blu-ray.
I was just say speaking of Pokemon, I just got shiny Celebi in Pokemon Go.
Oh, congratulations.
No, please don't tell me.
What is this? 3 movies?
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it, Helen.
I didn't even know there was 3 out by the time I heard it's like, yeah, watch all 3 on High Dive or whatever. I'm like, what?
Oh. All right. Okay. Continuing. Cagastor of an Insect Cage, Blu-ray. Kandagawa Jet Girls Blu-ray.
This is the one that they touted as we're airing it uncensored. And there's like, I don't know, maybe a scene every blue moon?
Okay. So are they on jet skis?
I think basically.
So how come they're not like in like a swimsuit?
It's a cover, man. They do what they want. Actually,
I mean,
I'm surprised
if you're gonna
Sentai didn't go with a
yes.
more like sexual artwork.
Yeah, is this a Sentai release? Yes. Seriously, you're slipping, Sentai.
Should be.
You didn't grab like the naughty fan art to just throw on there. All right, continuing. Bang Dream season 3. Okay, so there was something weird going on with this. Was this the one that like season 2 was dubbed, but season 1 and 3 aren't? Is that what's going on?
Yep.
What a weird thing they're doing.
Yeah, like I said, either they've had such a catastrophic failure of mislabeling this as spoken language is only Japanese, or they just really dropped the ball and they're like, you know what, let's not dub season 3. Maybe the season they dubbed season 2, there was literally nothing else worth dubbing, and they're like, we need to get our quota of like 3 dubs a season out.
Yeah. I don't know. Weird. Pet Blu-ray.
Never heard of it.
Whatever this surrealism thing is. Oh, is this the sequel to Monsters, Inc.?
No, it's the sequel of Pet Shop of Horrors, probably.
Well, I'm talking about like the doorway, the random doorway motif. All right, so continuing here. Okay, Aragni or Arain or whatever you call it, Sign of Vermilion. Once again, this was the Kickstarter. I still haven't gotten the physical release yet from the Kickstarter. I'm going to be really pissed if it's just this, right? This is the thing that guy who worked on Ghost in the Shell 2 soloed the entire movie himself. Probably the only thing that wasn't done by him was probably the voice acting, obviously. So yeah, one guy made the entire movie, and they're selling it for $20. Banana. This is some discotheque stuff that we just.
So hold on, this is season. Is this season 2, and they announced season 3 on their thing?
No, this is the one that they announced. It's in the slate for already coming out. So Banana and the Curious Bunch. Yeah, this is the same thing that they showed us there, right?
Okay, yeah, the Pirate Cat.
So they actually bothered to dub it again, but the only dubbing is the narrators because the characters are.
It's probably because it's only narration.
Yeah, so that's probably you only have to pay one person. You're already translating it because you got to do the subtitles, and there aren't any lip flaps. It seems like an easy task for a little extra cash, right?
I guess.
Brave 10 on Blu-ray. This is something else we didn't really cover, but was part of the thing, right?
It used to be NIS America.
Yep, and the AIDS sides box.
Was it only AIDS release?
Yeah.
Well,
okay, well, this is great.
Discotheque is rescue licensing us in more ways than we knew. Here's the Columbus Files, which Brady jokingly decided to move the logo so it looked like he was holding it for some reason.
I thought that was pretty funny too. I didn't realize until he said it. It was like, oh yeah.
Well, the thing, like, I thought that's what he was doing, but it kind of irritated me because it's like if he tilted this slightly more, it would have actually looked like that.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I don't know. It kind of bothers me now. Think about it. He also said that this character. So this one is directed by the guy who made Excel Saga, Shinichi Watanabe.
No, not Shinichi Watanabe. It's
Shinichiro Watanabe. That's what I meant. Nabeshin. Right? Shinichiro Watanabe. So this character here is like they were saying he's like the precursor to Nabeshin, the character that is a self-insert of the director guy.
Oh yeah. Shinichi Watanabe.
Yeah, it is Shinichi Watanabe.
Shinichiro is the one that did.
Yes, yeah. Shinichiro Watanabe. God damn it.
Are there any by Shinichiro Watanabe? That'd be funny if there's a Shinichiro Watanabe. So the thing here, Shinichi Watanabe. Obviously the name is so it's actually Shinichi Watanabe, which is extremely close to Shinichiro Watanabe, who's the director of Cowboy Bebop.
Right.
So anyway. Yeah. Konosuba 2, which I haven't even watched Konosuba 1, but we'll have to do it as a watch club sometime so I can actually make sure to watch it. Miss Machiko contains episodes 1 to 95.
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh, it's SD on Blu-ray. I was going to say.
Yeah. So it'd be 2 discs.
Yeah. She's intelligent, intriguing, and totally inappropriate. The Arama Academy's newest teacher, Miss Machiko Mai, hits her classroom of middle schoolers with a splash.
Now, where are all the parents about this show?
Right, the girls are impressed with her quick wit and stylish wardrobe. The boys can't take their eyes or hands, in the case of energetic Kenta, off her fascinating figure. But Miss Machiko is no strict school marm, patient, free-spirited, and a little silly. She captivates her unruly class, even as she finds herself in one outrageous, embarrassing situation after another.
I don't
TV in 1981. Miss Machiko is a spirited screwball sex comedy for junior high kids that caused an uproar with PTAs across the nation on its debut. But decades later, it remains a cult favorite. Presented here is the full run of 95 episodes in Japanese with English subtitles.
So the cover looks like they had a template or whatever, and they just threw the character arts on there. And I love how the only one that was redrawn was Miss Machiko herself.
Yeah, yeah. Like I was gonna say that these are all grainy and like they were taken straight from like an episode. Yeah, and like poorly cut out. Like they didn't even spot heal, like the film damage.
It's not.
And yet she's like repainted, like perfectly.
she's got a new.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a interesting little hint of a line here. That's very short. Do you see that little hint of the line going that way?
That's tantalizing.
Remember, if you're getting a boner, you should stop watching the podcast because it violates community guidelines. If this is sexually inappropriate to you.
I will bet you $20 that there will not be a disclaimer at the start of the disc saying this stuff is illegal.
That's why we're able to sell it.
I don't know. Discotheque's releasing it. Who knows now? Acro Bunch. Is this like the Brady Bunch? But
I was gonna make a joke, like if I was the one who was gonna do the solicitation, I was gonna go Acro Bunch. I was gonna go Acro Bunch, Banana and the Curious Bunch, then the Brady Bunch.
Dude, look at how high these girls are. This girl can't even look. They're like, what direction is the one's looking up and one's looking down?
What erection is the one looking up and the other looking down?
All right, and then this was the last one. We already covered this assortment. Okay, here we go. All right, guys. Japan's Choco Eggs now come with Super Mario figures from 2 decades of Nintendo history. Don't care about any of this, but we've got like the old school with the, the original like flame mushroom. No, flame flower. What is the mushroom one? I don't recognize that. Anyway, so here's the travesty though. I don't even know where this fucking comes from. So we got the Tanuki. Where's the boot? All I want is the boot. I want Mario in the freaking boot with the, you know what I'm talking about? The giant boot. All right, moving on. You are still here. I looked down. I'm like, oh, FDM's gone. No, that's the picture of me as slipped into a new, more comfortable normal with Aoki Holdings pajama suit. I thought this was a picture of Jackie Chan at first for some reason. So would you pay 9,980 yen to feel as comfortable as this guy?
No.
No. Japanese plushies tentacles want to keep you warm this winter. Legit thought about getting this for my wife. It holds your stuff for you.
That's
Can you imagine walking into a business meeting?
What's up, guys?
Your hand sanitizer.
Because if you would also like a studded animal companion, but not one that hails from the briny deep, there is also a penguin and baby penguin, right? And apparently, like, these might look like they won't provide the same sort of shock/terror value that the octopus model will, but don't worry, you just need you need to be a little more creative in utilizing their snaps to make it look like the penguins are trying to strangle you. A horde of its children are attempting to bury you in aquatic avian stampede. So I'll like make a freaking blanket out of them. Anyway, continuing. Giant Godzilla statue is part of a Japanese park's Christmas illumination celebration. So it's a fucking slide, and it's huge. 9 meters, 29 points, so basically 30 feet tall. Godzilla statue is also a slide with riders gliding down its gargantuan tail. All right, look how big it is. You slide down the damn tail. How do you get it? There's got to be like, wait, how? There's no exit. Like I thought maybe you would slide down and it would just continue out here and you'd come out, but you actually is there like a? Do you like go over a lake and like land on a pad or something? Continuing. All right. I don't want to read this one. We visit giant Buddha statue that our reporter dubs kawaii. I just thought it would be great for thumbnail opportunities because look at the schnoz on this thing. Yep. All right, continuing. You guys remember we talked about this last podcast, or not? No, the podcast before last podcast. The Fukuoka woman that drove through the front of a convenience store because she really needed to pee.
Mm-hmm.
So when we were covering this, we opened 3 other articles that we didn't come back to because I thought I needed to get to bed that day. I read the first half of them, and I decided one of them wasn't worth covering, but the other 2 seemed like they were going to be good. So you'll recall that they had said in this article that like they were talking about all the ways that she's in trouble, right? And they're throwing the book at her, right? And so obstruction of business, and you could even get her for not asking to use the bathroom, right? And that led into this article. To ask or not to ask, the etiquette and law of using convenience store restrooms in Japan. While the widespread presence of public toilets in convenience stores is great, it is also fraught with ambiguous customs and could, technically, even lead to criminal charges. We've seen time and time again how truly convenient convenience stores are in Japan. From cosmetics to cancer screenings to postal services, there isn't much you can't get or do at one of these places. Heck, even their Japanese nickname of konbini is extremely convenient. And one more service they provide is the ability to relieve yourself at a moment's notice. Sure, there are other public restrooms in Japan, but none as easy to find and always nearby as a Family Mart, 7-Eleven, or Lawson's. You can't throw a rock in Japan without hitting one of these color schemes.
Oh, Family Mart's in English.
So is Lawson and 7-Eleven.
Okay.
However, there is a catch. Each store lays down their own set of rules regarding their washrooms. Some say you can go in freely, while others require you to ask or even simply call out to the staff that you're using it. And then there are some that are completely off limits to anyone but staff. It should be noted that oftentimes...
Those ones need a key or something.
What's up? Yeah.
Those ones usually need a key or something.
It should be noted that oftentimes these restrooms have the appearance of restaurant lavatories with multiple stalls and easy access. This is very much unlike the ones back where I come from, usually in a gas station / convenience store collaboration, which are dingy closets that require a key with a keychain so large you can bludgeon a man to death with it. The reason konbinis have for making customers announce their bodily functions is understandable. Unlike those in restaurants, these washrooms are opportune places for shoplifters to securely hide their booty and escape. So by alerting the staff, customers can be spotted carrying any merchandise with them. On the other hand,
clearly her having to piss was an excuse to steal.
Yeah.
She grabbed that bag of chips on the way over.
Yeah. I re-listened to that podcast segment, and I gotta say it was freaking great. We were playing it like a courtroom, like, Your Honor, because they were talking about the difference between driving under the influence and driving while intoxicated. Like, Your Honor, she's clearly drunk as a skunk. Look she can't walk in a straight line. That's because she's walking over the chip display she crashed down with her car. Right? Anyway. On the other hand, this store is simply concerned with, so they're referring to the image here, because they just happen to have a photo of this and decided this is the perfect article to share it with. On the other hand, this store is simply concerned with guys taking enormous dumps. This sign tells people not to do so under any circumstances. Of course, realizing that someone with such a large movement likely can't turn back by the time they have read the sign.
Well, you know how to fix that? You put exclusively urinals in there.
Yes. But they're saying...
But then that's sexist.
That in the event that you can't turn back, the customer is also asked to clean up after themselves. Even knowing convenience stores predicaments, I still find it a hard pill to swallow. It's hard not to feel like I'm reduced to a 3-year-old telling their mommy that they have to tinkle. So oftentimes I'll just plug ahead to the lavatory without asking. I mean, what are they going to do? Arrest me? Actually, they can. According to lawyer Shun Higashiyama, according to lawyer Shun Higashiyama, when asked by bengoshi.com about the legality of using convenience store toilets, he says that unauthorized use of a toilet does fall under the legal definition of trespassing. Furthermore, if someone is a repeat offender, they can be charged with trespassing simply by setting foot in the store, as long as their intention is to use the restroom without permission. However, Higashiyama admits that would be hard to prove in court, and convenience store managers aren't likely to go around pressing charges against their customers, as it would be bad for business. So, while technically possible, we can probably consider the chances of getting arrested to be very slim. What are you in for? I didn't tell a store clerk I needed to pee. So it's funny, I was talking to Dan the other day. In California, in Orange County, they're releasing like 1,800 inmates. And in LA County, they're releasing something like 20,000 inmates from their prisons. And I was joking, like, this looks real good. I was talking to him about, like, think about, like, it's the middle of COVID, right? Everybody's on lockdown, and you release 20,000 people who probably don't have a place to stay, right? So this seems like a recipe for disaster. But I was joking with him, like, the idea of, well, it makes us look real good with our current base, right? That we're doing prison reform and we're letting them go. But what we don't tell everybody is that they immediately get arrested the second they step outside without a mask. Like, you leave
back in.
It's like, you're free to go. It's like, oh, at last, takes 1 foot outside the prison, you're under. It was like the way I described it. Takes one step out, and then the handcuffs come down, whoosh, on the wrist. You're coming with me, right? Repeat offender, eh? Violating your probation. Like, literally, they don't have one, like, unless the masks are provided. Nevertheless, with no consistent rule of etiquette in place, this all results in a confusing situation when you step into a store to use their restroom. Should you take a moment to announce to everyone that you have to urinate, or deal with a sudden bout of explosive diarrhea? I'm not sure if I was supposed to read it with the inflection there, but it works. Or should you just press ahead without explicit permission? I suppose the worst that would happen is you get accused of shoplifting. But the most likely result of not asking is that the staff will think you're a jerk. So as long as you can live with that, amen. Okay. A lot of Japanese people I talk to ask as long as the situation isn't urgent. Personally, I act according to the design of the washroom. If there is a door with a turning knob, then I'll ask. If there is a sliding door or open doorway, then I'll just go for it. Can't say there's much logic to that, but baby, that's just how it is. I haven't had any problems that way so far, but if But if I do get arrested or stumble into some psychopathic convenience store owner's dungeon of horrors, I'll let you know. All right, so we had the other one here, which I thought was even funnier. Car crashes into Hiroshima 7-Eleven. Owner gets guardrails. Car crashes into gap in the rails. So sometimes a storefront is just not meant to be. The owner of a 7-Eleven Hiroshima Mitsugi store in Onomichi City, having been the victim of an automobile collision with their establishment, decided to install some iron guardrails around the perimeter to prevent the same thing from happening again. The chances of that were slim, but it was a small price to pay for some peace of mind. However, it is also important for a convenience store to convey a sense of welcoming, and iron bars across the front door violates that golden rule of retail. So a small gap was put in, allowing just enough free access to and from the entrance. After all, what are the chances of another car not only being small enough, but precise enough to crash into that very tiny, vulnerable spot? Shortly after 11 a.m. on the 24th of March, a call came into the police station from someone witnessing a K car, Japanese class of lightweight, compact vehicles, crash into the front doors of the 7-Eleven Hiroshima Mitsugi store. The vehicle had struck with such force that it completely entered the shop. Damn it, hold on, I gotta refresh it so that the tweet loads. God damn it. This is such a pain. The tweet is from a suspended account. Well, guess we'll never know now. I have to watch the old podcast to see if we showed it. Luckily, none of the staff or customers present in the shop at the time of the crash were injured. And the 79-year-old driver and his wife, who were inside the car, were also unharmed. It is suspected that the driver mistook his car's accelerator for the brake pedal, causing the vehicle to lurch forward exactly through the unprotected section of the storefront. Readers of the news were quick to declare their incredulity. Quote, he did that on purpose. Quote, he totally did that on purpose. Yes, he was in a hurry to get in there. There's no way that could have possibly been an accident. You can't park in front of the entrance. That was on purpose. He really knows how to make an entrance. It certainly does seem fishy. Although the following Google Street View was taken before the bars were installed, the layout of the parking spaces is the same. No space is directly in front of the doors, making it even harder for a car to accidentally make that 1 in a million shot. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? If this is the door. Oh, what? No, the bars are right here. Did they install more bars? I don't know. Then again, it's probably a lot to ask of someone who would mistake the brake and accelerator to also know the difference between a parking space and a walkway. This, combined with the fact that these types of crashes seem to happen a lot more than you might expect, appears to be making the police less suspicious, but the investigation is still going. I just want to know what the other articles were, because, that's the one I read and thought it wasn't that good. From bad to worse, Japanese driver hits car, sends it flying into Ferrari Lamborghini showroom. Okay, I'll save that one for later. Okay, so 40.5% of Japanese people have sex with someone other than their lover. So they did a survey. Women in their 20s are whores, and men in their 60s are whores. Yeah. So staggering amount. Yikes. So men disclosed that this is who they make love to other than their lovers. People they meet through an app. People introduced to them through friends. Women they pick up. Here's what women do. Former lovers. Male friends. Employees of stores they frequent. It seems males were more eager to pursue new people, while women would usually approach those they were already acquainted with. So there you go. That's a thing. Moving on. Yes. Formerly celebrated Eastern Kentucky teacher, born without arms or legs, indicted on child sex charges. Now, this was...
So if you're out there, you gave us this one.
Okay, here's the thing, though. I'm not going to read this one. because this one was better. Quadruple amputee charged for child sex crimes. An amputee with no arms or legs has been indicted for somehow carrying out child sex crimes, easily leaving critics curious as to how exactly she pulled it off. The female 29-year-old and, quote, formerly celebrated teacher of Kentucky's Greenup County, Maria Scott, was charged with, quote, prohibited use of an electronic communication system to procure a minor for sex and 2 counts of unlawful transaction with a minor. Now, how does this lady text? Does anybody have an answer to that?
What was the question?
How does this lady text?
Voice?
How is
Voice.
she texting?
It's like a voice recognition software.
Okay. So it says here. Okay. So I'm just going to acknowledge here. They definitely lifted all of this information from the other article because both of them misspell tetra amelia syndrome as tretra. So they both fail for not being able to do a simple Google search. So tetra amelia syndrome is a condition the woman was born with that left her in the debilitating state of having no limbs. Though Kentucky's local and regional press showered the woman with praise back in 2018 after she became the first person of the state to be fitted with a robotic arm. The better to rape you with. Yeah, so I don't even understand how the logistics of this don't make sense to me at all. A complaint indicating that Scott was sexually involved with a student she had in her class last year tipped police off to her sickening crime, leading to the discovery of inappropriate text messages between her and the student victim. Police also learned that the teacher did have illegal physical contact with the student. The criminal had previously taught at Russell High School and was also a teacher's aide with Russell Independent Schools. Again, like, I just don't even understand. I don't get it. How, like, somebody surely drops you off at school because you're definitely not driving. How do you even get away with this? Like, how?
Who's helping you facilitate this? Yeah.
Right? Like, the kid has to undress and redress you or however this is going to work. I don't get it. I'm amazed. I'm more amazed than I am appalled, right? Like, I'm also appalled at the next woman, mother who had sex with 14-year-old deemed innocent and will make an OnlyFans.
Wow.
Mother that had sex with a boy who was only 14 years old had all charges against her dropped. The despicable woman taking advantage of all the attention by announcing that she plans to open an OnlyFans account. Maybe Ron Toya will subscribe. The criminal, 32-year-old Taya Vincent, alleged that she thought the boy was 16, which is
that makes all the difference in the world.
right.
I thought he was actually 4 years old.
With the woman also explaining she intends to open an OnlyFans account, a website where users can upload pornographic content of themselves. I'm thinking about doing an OnlyFans account. People already hate me, so not much to lose. Vincent admitted to having sex with the minor after she brought both him and a friend into her home located in Gloucestershire. Taya told the court that the boy told the truth about his age only after the indecent act, leading to Vincent, who the fuck is this, having all charges. Her name is Taya Vincent. Okay. Leading to Vincent having all charges against her dropped, as the court was informed that the boy had lied about his age before and would even set up a Facebook profile despite not being of adequate age to be approved. Well, there you go. Jack, checkmate, like, jeez. The mother of 3 was rather spiteful toward the boy she abused. She said in an online rant that she hopes the teen's family, quote, gets karma.
What?
All right. Yeah, because he's the one who did something wrong. Like, I quote, "I'm not an evil person, but what this is doing to
I
my
just like
family,"
raping young boys.
she said, along with a crying face emoji, in response to a social media user who told her she was, quote, "pretty lucky to have been spared jail sentence." Quote, "I do count myself lucky," she added on Instagram.
I got I got lucky and got lucky.
Oh god.
Vincent wrote a jubilant, quote, "not guilty" on her Facebook page under the name Taya Leanne as she posed alongside a pal outside court. She told The Sun that she was, quote, "embarrassed" by the ordeal, which has, quote, "wrecked her life." You know what, lady? You've got kids.
You deserve your life
If
to be
this is your life, it wasn't this that wrecked it, right? Like other statements issued by Vincent, who still insists she is the victim in this grotesque act. Quote, It has also wrecked any chance I would have had of a career. I'm too embarrassed now to do anything. I've got people on Facebook I've never met telling me I'm a bad mother, and that is really upsetting because my kids are my world."
Yeah. Did you think
Come
about
on,
that
can't a-
before you blinked a
Can't a mother
14-year-old?
just rape kids without any penalties?
The fact is, I've been acquitted by a jury, and people need to respect that. No, they don't. It's time for me to try and rebuild my life and just get on with it. All right. All right. Now her next victim. Man in Japan told he owes, quote, "unpaid adult website fees." Ends up giving scammers over 100 million yen. First payment sets off string of scams that ran for months. See, this is why you don't pay your bills.
Did you see that Pornhub took down all the non-verified content?
I didn't see that, but I did hear somebody talking about that today. So, yeah.
Like that just completely destroyed Pornhub.
That sounds like if YouTube got rid of all their non-verified YouTube content,
exactly.
that would be
Don't
devastating.
act like they haven't thought about it. Like we're hanging on by a string here, you know. Like YouTube,
Anime Collector verified.
Yeah, YouTube wants nothing more than just to be able to carte blanche get rid of whoever they want. So the nights are long and cold in Hokkaido, Japan's snowy northernmost prefecture. It wouldn't be particularly unusual, then, for a 50-something man living in Sapporo, Hokkaido's prefectural capital, to turn to the unclothed ladies of the internet to make his nights a little less lonely. Okay, sure. So maybe the man, whose name has not been released, wasn't too surprised when he received an email from someone claiming to be a representative from NTT Finance. NTT is a telecommunications company in Japan, asking him to call a number. The email said was their customer service center, only to be told by another person, this one saying they were from NTS debt collection, that he owed money for unpaid porn site fees. This happened back in October, and the man obediently transferred the demanded Bitcoin. Right now. Is this JT? I know this guy. This is JT Master. And the man obediently transferred the demanded amount of money into a bank account the supposed debt collector told him to. However, over the next 2 months, he continued to receive demands for various payments, such as one from someone saying he was the representative from Nihon Network Security. Your cell phone has spread a virus to many other people, and so you must pay damages to them, the man was told, as well as that he would have to make a, quote, cyber insurance payment. Most people would be suspicious of a report of their phone spreading a virus if it's apparently too old of a model to even be called a smartphone, but not the man in Sapporo. I mean, not the man in your picture from Japanese stock photo site, at least. This is clearly a man reading the text that his daughter's getting from her boyfriend. The man ended up making dozens of payments before things felt fishy enough for him to go to the police, which he did on December 10th. When did this start? October. Okay, so damn. When interviewed, the man said he'd made dozens of payments since the initial, quote, unpaid adult website fees claim in October, with the total amount he's handed over coming to roughly $1.04 million.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. For real. How does a person with that kind of money have
He's so
such
stupid.
low intelligence? Like, how? How's the? I don't understand. While NTT Finance, NTS Debt Collection, and Nihon Network Security are actual companies, it turns out he was actually transferring his money to fraudsters, who apparently realized they'd hooked a whale, and decided to take the man for as much as they could. Well, shit. I mean, that's nothing to scoff at.
When
He-
the
they
game's
did
good, get to it.
For real. He's in on it. October to December. Yeah, God, man. This porn addiction sure is costing me. Like, considering his willingness to cough up whatever money he was asked for, it's possible he hadn't even gone to any adult sites in the first place. But even if he had, charged video streaming websites always ask for payment up front. So remember, anyone asking you to give them money for, quote, unpaid adult site fees is a scammer. It's best to just ignore them, and under no circumstances should you engage them in conversation. This is their article where they tracked down moving on. All right, so if you want to veto this one, let me know. Idol otaku arrested for bomb threat after his Idol t-shirt got burned. I thought, because we're collectors and everything, it'd be worth talking. So you know what not to do when you accidentally throw away your anime collection. He did the one thing you shouldn't do if you don't want your Idol merch to go up in smoke. When putting out your trash in Japan, you always have to be conscious of what you're putting out on Burnable Trash Day or Burnable Garbage Day. One reason for this is Japan's complex recyclable classification system, which requires residents to sort their glass, plastic, metal, and paper items separately. The other reason, though, is that once you put something out as burnable trash, there's probably no hope of ever getting it back. As an example of that second point, consider the case of Takahiro Tatsumi, a 45-year-old idol otaku living in the town of Ashiya in Hyogo Prefecture. Like a lot of idol singer fans, Tatsumi purchases merchandise from artists he admires, but back in early October, he threw out a t-shirt for one of his favorite groups on Burnable Trash Day, only to later try to reclaim it. He managed to deduce that his home's burnable trash gets taken to an incineration center in Osaka City's Nishiyodogawa district. So he contacted the facility and told them, quote, "I want you to return the female idol group t-shirt after." Just imagine calling Waste Management. Yes, Waste Management, please return my t-shirt. Unfortunately for Tatsumi, the incineration center staff had been working efficiently, and the delivery batch that included his idol t-shirt was now nothing more but smoke and ashes, and the center informed him that they were unable to return it. In contrast to the speedy incineration, Tatsumi's anger appears to have simmered over the next several weeks. Finally, on December 1st, he took to social media, but not to ask the group to reissue the shirts or to see if a fellow fan had a spare they'd be willing to part with. Instead, he posted a message saying, "The Nishiyodogawa Incineration Center will explode in 2 hours." Well, I mean, I can't expect a 45-year-old idol otaku to have good life skills, but maybe there would have been a time when the message would have been dismissed as the inconsequential blathering of an angry internet troll. But in the post-Kyoto Animation arson attack climate, Great job using that sentence to link to an article. The incineration center wasn't going to take any chances, so the facility was quickly evacuated. The subsequent investigation led the authorities to Tsutumi. Okay, we're going to change his name again? Oh, has it always been Tsutumi? Have I been calling him the wrong I have. All right. And though the lack of any explosives found at the facility suggests the idle fan had been making an idle threat, on Monday he was arrested on charges of forced obstruction of business activities. It's not clear what turn of events caused Tsutsumi to go from throwing the t-shirt in the trash, an unburnable garbage day no less, to wanting it back so desperately that he threatened to blow up a building. Maybe he threw it away by accident, or maybe he momentarily felt like one of the idols had broken his heart and he wanted to cut emotional ties, only for his infatuation to recover the next day. Either way, his stupidity serves as a reminder to all of us not to make threats of large-scale violence, but also to think twice about if we're really ready to part with whatever we're putting out on Burnable Trash Day. All right, so that was the article that was kind of like this might be hit or miss, and it was all right. All right, so elderly Wakayama woman arrested for hacking her local supermarket self-checkout. Sounds impressive, right? The way she did it is even funnier. Senior turned to computer fraud to get a discount on her eggs. Bit by bit, self-checkout systems have been popping up in Japanese convenience stores and supermarkets over the past few years. With these developments, some have worried whether the rapidly aging population here will be able to adapt to the new technology. However, it seems some have adapted to them so well that they've used it to enter a life of electronic crime. This was the case for one unidentified 83-year-old resident of Kainan City, Wakayama Prefecture, who now faces charges of computer fraud. When self-checkouts were installed in her local supermarket, the savvy shopper noticed that it scanned the half-price sticker on her item and automatically deducted the price, realizing that the sticker alone was the key to making that particular scanner give her a 50% discount. She simply peeled one off another product and stuck it onto something else she was going to buy. A dastardly woman. So it says here, these little red and yellow stickers are convenient ways to quickly discount items nearing their expiry, which seems weird to me. Are they talking about this? They're talking about this. Because, like, there's not a barcode on here. Like, how is it scanning that? You know?
Mm.
The thrill of cybercrime took hold of her. And she did it again and again on future visits
Probably
to the
like
supermarket.
the Amazon.
However, on the 4th of December at approximately 6:50 p.m., she was pulling off her most daring heist yet, affixing a half-off sticker to a carton of eggs, valued at 246 yen, or $2.36. Like,
Ooh, what a steal.
man, so expensive eggs.
$5 heist there.
I think that's the cost before the half off, right? Like, when suddenly a security guard apprehended her at the checkout. Unbeknownst to her, the manager of this supermarket was very thorough with checking the sales records and noticed the items were being sold at a discount, which shouldn't have, was noticing items were being sold at a discount, which shouldn't have been. By the time she was ready to pull the egg job, okay.
He gave that a real good egg job.
By the time she was ready to pull the egg job, he had already stationed guards to monitor the self-checkouts to catch anyone in the act. Some supermarkets put barcodes directly onto their stickers to prevent such fraud. After being turned over to the police, the woman admitted to her crimes, both past and present, that totaled 3 incidents, which, based on her most recent caper, must have resulted in upwards of $4.80 in damages. On the 6th of December, she was released on her own recognizance and currently awaits formal charges to be pressed against her. Throw the book at her. Readers of the news condemned her actions, but also couldn't help but be impressed with her ingenuity. Quote, seriously, those stickers work no matter what barcode they're used with? This should be a question. 83 years old, pretty late to go bad. I was thinking of Breaking Bad. Pretty late to go bad. She probably wasn't poor either, just wanted the discounts. I never even knew those stickers worked at self-checkouts. You can use those stickers at self-checkouts. I'm always embarrassed when the clerk announces it. She's pretty smart. Computer fraud at 83. Who knew you could put half-off stickers on whatever you want?
This is like, oh shit! What have we done by letting this out?
Of course, as this woman found the hard way, being able to put stickers on whatever item you want doesn't mean you should do it. Being able to put stickers on whatever item you want doesn't mean you should do it. Considering her age, the small monetary damage, and the fact that she cooperated with the authorities, she's probably looking at a suspended sentence wherein she must keep her distance from self-checkouts. However, if things continue as they are, that might be a big inconvenience in the near future. Is this the robot? Los Amigans' first self-service convenience store in Tokyo. No lineup necessary. All right.
Jeez.
All right. Guys, post office manager sacked for embezzling 130 million yen in stamps. Seriously, though, could you even use that number of stamps, or are you having to sell them on the dark web or something?
So $1 million in stamps. That's like what, $10 per book, roughly, and that's like a sheet of stamps.
Probably do the math here. Let's find out. Oh, of course, the news report is.
Oh no.
It says, yeah, but when you convert that to dollars, holy cow! The post office isn't normally the place one would look to find cunning capers and high stakes intrigue. Even Japanese post offices that double as banks seem to somehow drain all the excitement out of sitting on a bunch of money. Maybe that's why Taisuke Kawasaki allegedly thought it'd be the perfect place to get his fingers sticky with stamp glue to the tune of 130 million yen, or US $1.2 million. Kawasaki was a manager at a Japan Post branch in Naka Ward of Sakai City, Osaka Prefecture. I kind of weird to think that I bought a lot of stuff from Japan, and I wonder if this guy actually handled any of it. There he could easily see that in instances where companies sent a large amount of mail at once, rather than attaching a stamp to each piece, the stamps are simply purchased and then disposed of. Okay.
Ooh.
So he's just collecting the ones they were going to throw away.
Yeah.
According to the Osaka Prefectural Police, I mean, that just sounds like a what do you call it? Procedural problem of laziness that you just got to stick all the stamps on, right? There's a comedian that used to say, I don't understand. I see all these ads that still say buy U.S. postage stamps. Like, what else am I going to do? Every time I tape 1,000 pennies to the package, it never gets there. Right? Anyway, according to the Osaka Prefectural Police, around September of 2017, Kawasaki got the idea to simply keep the stamps for himself rather than tossing them. He would then sell them to what are called ticket shops, stores that specialize in the resale of certain items such as transportation tickets, gift certificates, and postage goods. Some will even copy your keys and VHS tapes for you. Oh, okay. They're probably copying them over old VHS tapes they couldn't sell. He allegedly did.
That's probably where all the ninjas, what Samurai Ninja, or the tapes Justice Evictus are looking for.
The bootleg tapes, yeah. He allegedly did this until June of 2018. Cumulatively, oh no, that wasn't the Samurai Ninja. That was Grimm Fairy Tales.
Whatever. Yeah.
Right? Wasn't it the Grimm Fairy Tale tapes?
No, he's talking about the Ninja dub. That thing.
Yeah, but that wasn't on VHS. I don't remember. Was it?
No. I'm saying the episodes that they're missing, that's probably what the people are erasing and putting on soap operas.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to.
All right, funny. Okay. He allegedly did this until June of 2018, cumulatively pocketing roughly 130,000 to 1 million yen. Oh, sorry, wait. cumulatively pocketing roughly 130,000 1,000 yen stamps, or US, basically $10 stamps, right? That had already been bought, all valued at around 130 million yen. However, since ticket shops would pay below cost for the resale, he is said to have taken home around $1.1 million. Still, seriously, can you imagine? I can't even. I can't even imagine that. Imagine going to GameStop with an entire, if I took my entire collection of anime, imagine it was games, right? I took that entire collection to GameStop. They give me about 47 cents for it. Imagine doing that every week for years, right? To accumulate this amount of money. GameStop can't sell all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And I'd have to go to all the GameStops before they close anymore.
All the work he took to, he's like, yeah, okay, whatever, you earned it, but don't do it again. You earned that money. You just don't do it anymore.
Time to retire, all right? Also, according to NHK, the buyer or buyers were in the faraway prefecture of Saitama, and the stamps were sent by Kawasaki from Osaka. This raises the question of whether he was bold enough to have used Japan Post, to send them, or simply resorted to a courier. The buyer or buyers were in the faraway prefecture of Saitama, and the stamps were sent by Kawasaki by him from Osaka. This raises the question of whether he was bold enough to have used Japan Post to send them, or simply resorted to a courier. I mean, I think he would have to use them, because I don't think that, the money that they're giving him for the stamps, they're not just handing him the cash, right? That's going to the Japan Post, right? So it's not like he could just take that money and pay a courier to do it, right? Either way, it would seem that the thrill of reselling stamps blinded Kawasaki to the sheer size of his crime, which allowed it to be detected in an audit of his branch by the National Tax Agency last July. In the ensuing police investigation, Kawasaki is said to have admitted to the embezzlement. He was terminated from his job, and criminal charges have been filed. The Japan Post branch also issued a statement apologizing and promising that it will take measures to prevent such a crime from occurring again. This is why, from now on, when you order something from Japan, there's 1,000 stamps on it. Readers of the news responded to their promise. Readers of the news responded to their promise with a unanimous, "Well, yeah, what's wrong with you?" Quote, "That's a messed up system for stamps. This is essentially money, so why is there no system of checking the disposal? Wow, they make 1,000 yen stamps? This is just the tip of the iceberg, surely." Yeah, seriously. Are stamps
thinking about it, I could have taken the stamps off of all of the incoming mail and that just hoarded it when I was still working at my quote post office.
So this is an interesting question. They're saying, are stamps even necessary in this day and age? Because effectively what a stamp is it's a gift card for the post office.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right? Wow. It really is.
So I guess it matters so long as, but no, seriously, all you'd have to do is replace the mailbox drop box with a machine that you put in your mail, and it says that'll be this much. You slide your card, and then it drops it into the thing.
It should just have a print off barcode or something.
Yeah. Here is your what do you call it? Here's your tracking. Yes, much like the tale of Icarus, who famously made a pair of wings out of stamps. Kawasaki flew too close to the sun, which melted all the glue on his stamps and sent him hurtling back to reality. But at least in his failing, the post office is able to recognize some serious lapses in their own security. Tragic tales like these are why I always tell my kids to stay in school and stay far away from stamps. No matter how sexy and fun all the rap songs make them out to be. Japan to release stamps so cute you want to cuddle your mail. All right. I don't get the rap song reference, but it's still funny. Okay. Supermarket slip lawsuit ruling is influenced by the size and color of pumpkin tempura. Once again, the scales of justice hinge on fried vegetables. These just look moldy and gross, don't they?
Ew.
In April of 2018, a 35-year-old man stopped by a Summit supermarket in Suginami, Tokyo, after work to get a quick bite to eat. However, as he walked along the line of registers, he accidentally slipped on a piece of pumpkin tempura. Like most tempura foods, this kind of deep-fried pumpkin is incredibly oily. So stepping on it would likely result in a slip of unheard-of velocity and suddenness, like slipping on a banana peel imbued with the power cosmic. Okay. Don't let their rough appearance fool you. The slip caused light injuries to the man's leg, including a bruised right knee. In the outset of the accident, the supermarket gave the man 60,000 yen, $575, but he filed a lawsuit anyway, claiming that it wasn't enough to compensate all the treatment as well as his pain and suffering. Yeah, that bruised knee, geez, those are a bitch. Right? The lawsuit demanding 1.4 million yen, or $13,400 from Summit's parent company, Sumitomo Corporation, came in front of the judge Ayako Nagatsuma of the Tokyo District Court. It wasn't until the 9th of December of this year that a ruling was made. But what the court lacked in speed, they more than made up for in their thoroughness.
Thoughtfulness.
What's up?
Thoughtfulness.
Thank you. Made up for in thoughtfulness. Judge Nagatsuma explained her ruling that, on the one hand, the store has a responsibility to ensure a safe environment for its customers. And since pumpkin tempura is packed by shoppers themselves using tongs, the likelihood of someone dropping a piece is high. This is a risk that Summit should have taken the appropriate measures to address. But on the other hand, it was another customer who dropped the fried slice of pumpkin rather than an employee, so they weren't directly to blame. Furthermore, the man himself was deemed to have demonstrated partial negligence by not noticing the fallen food stuff in the first place. I can just see this as like, an anime, like when they're pondering something and they're just acknowledging all the sides of it. It's like, yes, this is obvious. This is you pretending to think, like all that kind of stuff. This was objectively judged by careful consideration of pumpkin size and color, in contrast with the color of the floor. I wonder if CSI ever did a tempura floor color composite. So in her Solomon-like wisdom, Solomon being the king in the Bible, where the woman accidentally rolled over and when she was sleeping and killed her baby. So she tried to steal another woman's baby, and they went to King Solomon for his wise ruling. And he said, okay, so cut the baby in half and give one half to each woman, right? And then the woman who it wasn't actually her baby said, yeah, whatever. And the woman who it actually was her baby said, no, please just give it to her, please, because obviously she didn't want any harm to come to her baby, right? And Saul's like, well, clearly that's the mom, right? So in her Solomon-like wisdom, she ruled that both parties bore some responsibility in the accident and that the man should receive less than half of the amount he demanded, roughly $5,555.
So wait, that lady would have been happy with half of a baby?
We'll split it down the middle.
You might as well just take your full baby corpse and display it. Like,
yeah,
come on.
That's the thing, is she didn't actually want the dead half of a baby, but it was more like the
principle of having a baby.
Well, it was more like making the other woman feel the pain she felt over accidentally killing her own baby, kind of thing. Like, well, whatever. Like, if this is the ruling you're going to do, I guess I can't win here. Anyway, I don't know. It's more of a metaphor than anything. Anyway. These types of lawsuits are generally less common in Japan, where people tend to take responsibility for their own misfortunes. So even though it seemed like an almost excessive, well-thought-out judgment, netizens were largely angry at the verdict and sided almost unanimously with the major corporation. Quote, he was in the wrong for not looking where he was going. Quote, that judge is crazy. This bitch crazy, right? What about the customer who dropped it? Why is the supermarket being punished for their action? I hope this doesn't lead to pumpkin tempura regulation. Those things really are slippery, though. Okay, even if they dedicated a worker to constantly monitor the floor, they couldn't prevent it. I feel bad for the store. If you slip, it's your own problem, not the store's. The guy's 35. Did he become bedridden from his bruised knee? Oh, people are going to start imitating this now. Yeah. This does set a precedent that some people may want to take advantage of and might lead to a slippery slope of copycat lawsuits. A very slippery slope covered in canola oil, batter, and firm but yielding vegetable matter. However, it would seem in this case Summit didn't demonstrate due diligence in preventing the accident, likely because they were monitoring the floor. Likely because they weren't monitoring the floor, though. Likely because they weren't monitoring the floor enough. As the one comment suggested, we'll never be completely safe from pumpkin tempura, but supermarkets ought to be protected from future frivolous lawsuits by improving their self-serve systems to a reasonable standard. In fact, a lot of stores probably already meet those standards. It's just that in this particular set of circumstances, the supermarket was found liable. Sometimes that's just the way the kabocha crumbles. Okay. KFC Japan's pumpkin biscuits ready to become tasty Halloween treats. So I'll tell you what happened to me today. So I got an email from my storage unit telling me like, oh, you owe this money or whatever. Like, you can write us a check and everything. And my mother-in-law, she pays by check every month, right? So my wife said that she was going to go with my mother-in-law when she goes in, and they would just pay. Like my mother-in-law would pay for her storage unit, my wife would pay for our storage unit. So I just wanted to double check because I knew that was a thing. Like, but when I set up the storage unit, I paid with my wife's credit card because that was the one that was already switched over to our new address. So I knew there wouldn't be any issues if I used that one, right? Mm-hmm. So I had to go there. Bottom line, anyway, it was fine. Like my automatic payments were set up. I don't know why I got the email, but they switched it over to a different checkbox that sends me a receipt of the payment instead of like the acknowledgement that I have to make a payment or something like that, right? So anyway, so I went to Del Taco before I went there, and I got a chicken quesadilla. And the chicken at one point, as I got there, like I was eating it and it fell out in the car on my lap. And then when I went to grab it, it fell on the floor. And then I got it and I opened the door trying to throw it out. And I accidentally threw it in like the paper like holder in the door, you know, like for like maps and stuff. And I gotta tell you, I spent at least 5 minutes rifling through that to try to find that piece of chicken so it wouldn't decompose in the car. Anyway, so that's what I did today. Yeah, so we've got another article here. It's the we pissed our pants.
But yeah, we gotta save that one for
right. I figure we have to say that one. So because we don't exactly have a full house right now, but we don't have anything more to go on unless you guys want to talk for a minute. Anything? Interesting?
Have you watched anything other than Mob Psycho 102 this week?
No, and I intentionally got through all of that on Saturday because I ended up having that day off of work, so that this next week I could focus on getting some video editing done or a couple more products. I actually have another Mob Psycho shirt that's like, there's a bunch of simple ones that I can put together quickly. Like one of them is just a green ring that I'm going to charge like, I don't know, 25 cents over cost on, knowing I'll never sell it, but it'll populate the store with familiar faces from the show kind of thing. Because nobody remembers Mr. Donut, but they'll buy it because it's a great design. So yeah, I'm not sure. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to be watching. I kind of want to watch. I was looking for Attack on Titan season 4. Are they not simuldubbing that?
Not yet.
It'll probably be like a couple weeks later.
It's probably they're starting like just because of the bullshit COVID stuff. Like they're just getting to like freaking Gleipnir.
Okay,
that
so
aired that aired like 2 seasons ago.
Yeah. Okay.
So I mean, I wouldn't expect it anytime relatively soon. Maybe if we get lucky. But I mean, again, there's nothing been said so far just yet.
So, what are you guys watching? Anything good? Anything?
I started watching Attack on Titan season 4. I'm torn on the studio change.
Oh, really? It's not.
Yeah.
Wits?
But it's just mostly like these first episode 2 aired yesterday or no Sunday. And we still haven't seen Aaron yet, or we haven't seen like anything. Like it's all in Marley right now.
That doesn't have to do with the studio change, does it? My friend said the studio did justice, is what he told me.
They're trucking through this adaptation. They're already 1 volume through with episode 2.
My wife, same as you, is like there's not enough space.
They are trucking through it.
That's really unfortunate.
I really hope. I mean, they say this season is 16 episodes. I hope to God they're not trying to do all the rest of it.
I don't understand because did manga-wise, did the sales dip during a certain arc that they have to get through? Why? I feel like you print money with this show. You know?
Yeah.
Like, why would you not? Like, I would have expected the opposite. I would have expected them to drag out an entire season, like where they're just padding money.
I mean, I looked at like the number of volumes, like from where season 2 part 1 or part 2 or season 3 part 2 left off. Right at the end of this was volume 22.
Mm-hmm.
There's at like volume 34 now.
Okay,
they need three. They need like 3 cores to cover that.
Yeah. Because that's roughly that. So what? Well,
where it's at
so
right
what
now?
you're saying is in 22 volumes they did 3 seasons.
They did 59 episodes in 22 volumes. Yeah. They've got 12 volumes.
16 volumes. 16 episodes for the remaining
12,
like 13 volumes or whatever.
Something like that. Yeah.
So that's basically half of what they've already made so far in material.
It's roughly a third. It's roughly they've done 2/3 of the material so far in 3 seasons, and now the last third is going to be.
In perspective, 12 volumes is season 1 and season 2. That's 37 episodes, and 12. So, the first 12 volumes.
So I'll say this: I think that, like I'm thinking about it in how they handled the ending to Game of Thrones, where we're only doing 10 episodes for the final season, but they're going to be hour long, right? And it's like, I mean, it was shit, but there were like 1 or 2 great episodes. And then it was just all downhill, you know. And it was like imagine, you know, like a water park where you go down the slide and you get like you're like terminal velocity. You're going so fast, and then you notice that the pool is acid and everybody's skin is melting off, and you're like, no, but you can't stop. That was what that was like watching, right? That was like being that ride. So anyway, I'm hoping that. I'm hoping that it improves.
I mean, I'm just hoping, even if I'm hoping there's like a final season part 2.
Isn't the original creator guy like overlooking the anime? So maybe he's like, man, let's cut out all this filler or something.
Regardless, at a certain point, it just seems like, you know, this is the deal that the studio gave you. I was like, well, I'll take it. I'll take the money. Thanks for the money. I don't care if this ends badly. It always seemed like it was somebody else's fault. You know, and I love also that the guys who made Game of Thrones, the showrunners, they did a shit job on the final season because they got that deal to do the trilogy of Star Wars films with Disney, and then Disney reneged on that deal, right? Like they've pulled that under them. So that's gone, and then there was another. Was it Ryan Johnson was going to get another trilogy, but they're like, nope, taking away all these Star Wars trilogies because like. These are wastes of money, you know, especially with because the whole thing is that Star Wars would have made them more money if they had created enough that people would have wanted to go to the Star Wars updates in Disneyland. But because of COVID, they're like, well, shit, like that's not bringing us money that we expected to have. So we're in a lot of trouble. Anyway, do you guys have anything else you want to talk about? Because it sounds like my wife is wanting to. I'm going to have to drive the kids soon so they go to sleep. I can hear it. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's.
I can hear that. I only watched like a couple episodes. I don't know, these one-off shows. That night I said, "Wow, great! Funimation's having maintenance. The one time I want to watch something on there." I'm caught up on Tony Kawa, the dub. Still going.
Oh yeah, Mr. Kanagawa. Yeah.
No, not Tanigawa. Tony Kawa.
Tony Kawa over the moon.
Fly Me to the Moon.
Yeah, Fly Me. Yeah.
Did I tell you already? It's like literally they are that meme of, oh, no holding hands till marriage.
But then they get married in the first episode.
That's what I'm saying. They get married in the first episode and then they hold hands.
Oh man, that's gotta be a big moment for them.
Yeah. Anyway, so what are we not discussing? My Mob Psycho.
Let me address real quick. Otaku said Kiss Access. What is the TV series coming someday? Yeah, buy
Likely
the OVA series so that Discotex has that thing that nobody wanted to do. Oh wow, it sold really well. Let's get the TV
It's
series.
like hotcakes, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Anyway, so yeah, so that we've been, as you can, I'll just put this out for a second. As you can see, there's Reagan from Mob Psycho 100. So we watched. We were supposed to have watched the first half of season 2, and then the second half of season 2 would be.
We were hoping to have
complete.
Dan here so he could talk about his watch of season 1 this week.
Well, to be fair, I watched the recap thing, so technically I've indirectly watched season 1 again.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So,
what do you think of that, by the way?
Well, when you brought up that it was a recap thing, because I thought it was just its own little thing, but I'm like, it's not as good as I hoped. But the thing is, they had such a good spin on the recap genre, I guess you could say, that
yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
Because it's like they replaced every instance with, like, they put a big head mode of Reagan on top of the other person. And I liked the resolution, how everyone's, like, it showed everything.
It gets erased and put back into where it should be. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was funny how you saw, I loved the Easter egg of in how season 2, you see that book on his desk. But that's all I'll say about season 2.
That recap movie / OVA got dubbed, but never got put on the discs.
Yeah, I didn't think it got dubbed, so that's why I want a Crunchyroll. And then it's like,
when season 3 comes out, and because Crunchyroll will at that point be acquired by Sony, maybe we'll get it on disc.
I don't think there will
be a season 3.
Why not?
Really? They kind of set it up with that newer character.
I think it finished off the adaptation. Like the manga's done.
Yeah, but they
finished off the manga.
Printing money, bro. Like, anyway. All right. Well, with that said, I'm gonna call it here. If you guys want to keep talking, I can just leave and then let you guys.
We kind of should have had this, like, hey, what are you talking? What have you been watching? Like, what has the audience been watching?
Yes, we should have done that.
We should have done that at the start of the thing.
Should have. I tried with this podcast to make things go a little bit more streamlined. 4 hours, it's not too bad with Discotheque and everything. I hope we're improving the podcast, because I am noting that it got a little formulaic, and I'm trying to bring some life back into it. But today's been kind of bad in terms of the family dynamic. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of that. Do you guys want to keep going and I'll just leave, or do you want me to end it?
I just have a real brief thing to confirm whether or not it's fully adapted. It says 90. How many chapters are there for Mob Psycho? I'm looking that up.
Well, I'm just
109,
saying
and they apparently adapted 91 chapters, so they have like 20 chapters basically. Or whatever.
How long ago did they finish the manga? Did one finish the manga? Is he still writing it?
I feel like to December 22nd, 2017.
Yeah, I feel like he left it in a place where you could do more, and they did the OVA at the end with them going to the hot spring thing.
Yeah, that was a special Blu-ray over or
Yeah.
with the was it with the box set or with the manga?
Well, regardless, I'm saying that character that they brought in as like a new employee.
Like the intern.
Yeah, he. I feel like there's more they could do with that sort of dynamic.
Dude, I want Reagan to just have like a whole organization built, even
And
though he's
again,
still a
the
fraud.
entire town does get obliterated. So
Before we
who knows?
do step off, what are we doing after Mob Psycho 100?
We are doing Tokyo Godfathers, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are any idea what we're doing? So Mob Psycho 100 will be on the 21st, or Mob Psycho 100 season 2 will be on the 21st.
Yeah.
And then Tokyo Godfathers will be on the 28th.
My Santa, no.
We could.
So what are we doing after Tokyo Godfathers?
After Tokyo Godfathers, I'm floating the idea of doing Vexil.
Oh yeah, Vexio.
oh,
That's
right.
right.
Presuming that your download finishes in time. By the way, thank you for sharing that because I didn't start downloading it. I've seen the movie like so many times because I like recorded like a 6-hour review of it.
I mean, if I could get this thing to download, then I'll watch the download. But if not, I'm just gonna have to Netflix the disc.
Yeah.
Do it the old-fashioned way.
I will just rewatch my 6-hour review and pick up all the points I made. No, I remember it pretty decently well. I really liked the movie. I'd like to see it on Blu-ray though. I'd like to see the HD quality, which is why I'm getting it right now. Anyway, I do own it again, but it's in the storage unit, so I don't know. I can't access it quickly. So I'll let you guys go. Audience, thank you for being with us. If you haven't already, please subscribe and notification bell. Because I've noticed that I don't actually look at my subscriptions anymore. YouTube designed this layout so that you stop looking at your subscriptions and you just look at your notification bell, which is the new subscription. You look at your notifications. So go ahead and do that.
I just look at my recommendations, which usually has my subscriptions, newest uploads.
Yeah. So YouTube's algorithm is designed around what can we recommend to you that is most likely based on other people who watch similar content to you to make you stay on the platform longer. So that's what the recommendations are about. So that kills this type of content, unfortunately, because it's so long, and YouTube recognizes that most people come in and only watch for like 12 minutes. But some people stay and watch for the full 3-4 hours, but if you guys are the type that do like to hang out with us and be a part of the live show, I definitely would recommend turning on the notification bell, because being able to actually be here, I think, makes a live stream. Like, it's like being able to interact with people is it's weird to watch it after the fact, it feels less weird when somebody's like, hold on, let me find something. Where is that? Like, that's easier to get through when it's happening live than when you're like, skip. When you watch it the other way. But anyway, it's up to you guys. I just think that if you guys like the content.
Regarding the recommendations, you guys don't clear out your history after you're done for the day?
That's a lot of work.
Your watch history?
Well, the thing is, if I clear that out, then I won't get recommendations that I actually want.
I'll just remind you again that we've got new stuff coming up here and more in the near future. So be sure to buy yourself a Mr. Donut shirt for yourself.
Oh, you didn't name it Don't Nut?
Yeah. So I legitimately do want to make. I don't know how we make the Gadsden flag with what appears to be like. I don't know how we tie the theme together, but I do like the "Don't Nut on Me." I do like the theme. I don't know how we make that work, but let's.
Everything comes down to semen, coom and semen with our shirt ideas. Jizzly.
Yeah. So we'll make it work. But I do like the idea. If anybody's got an idea for the Gadsden flag as a "Don't Nut on Me," because I was just rewatching that podcast because I wanted to remember all the stuff from the Fukuoka woman crashing through the thing because she had to pee, and we had discussed the hot glue figures in that thing, so it was kind of appropriate. Anyway, I'll let you guys go though, and I will talk to you later. So see you next time.